Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to a Good Guys Radio TV sports special presentation. I'm Don Bowles, along with Phil Rums and Travis Bogart. And boy, what a special event we have for you tonight. It's the Southern Hills Athletic Conference SHAC, in other words, track meet. 10 teams competing tonight for the SHAC Championship, individually and as teams both. And we'll tell you more about it, some of the things, what happened last year, some of the things we got coming up yet tonight. And keep your fingers crossed. Weather permitting, we're going to have a great broadcast. Stay with us. We'll be back after this on Good Guys Radio TV.
Graduation isn't too far behind. Manchester Veterans Club would like to congratulate our seniors for their many years of hard work to get where they are today. Manchester Veterans Club also salutes those of the senior class that will be entering the armed forces after graduation. Learn more about the Manchester Veterans Club. Call 937-549-3300.
I wanted to prove to myself that I could go to college and get my degree.
What if I went to Southern State? What if I'm able to go and become that nurse or that lawyer or that teacher? Southern State Community College allows students to rise above the circumstances that they're surrounded by and become something more than they ever dreamed possible.
Hello, this is Tammy Crothers from Roush Insurance. Our agency has been here for over 80 years, so please keep us in mind if you're looking for a more competitive quote on any of your insurance needs. You can stop by the office at 313 East Main Street, West Union, or give us a call at 937-544-3123.
To keep your vehicle in top running performance, you need an auto parts store that provides the best in automotive repair. OK Auto Parts is your local auto parts store at 123 North Main Street in Peebles, Ohio. They have a huge selection for all your auto needs. Open Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. and Saturday from 8 to 5. Stop in today or call 937-587-3970. That's OK Auto Parts on Main Street in Peebles.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Good Guys Radio TV. Once again, I'm Don Bowles. Joining me, Travis Bogart and Phil Ramos. And Travis, you did the broadcast last year, and I was surprised how many people were excited and pleased that we did the track broadcast. It's something a little different for us, a little different for high school. Most high school broadcast teams don't do it either.
No, I don't think I wouldn't think any other conference had that experience like ours did.
Well, I think a big part of it's got to be you've got 10 schools, all 10 schools in one place. You've got 10 teams all in one place. But you got kids that don't do the traditional things we cover, like baseball and basketball and those kind of things. Wouldn't that be part of it?
I think so, absolutely.
Phil, background in track. You've been around track off and on in many forms all all your coaching and athletic director career, right?
Yeah. What I learned about track, though, is mainly having to get drafted to help do the statistics, keep track of everything, like especially the field events. So, and this old stopwatch type.
Well, and that said, Travis, let's talk about what they're going to see tonight. What are we going to have as far as the gamut? Why don't we do about half of them now, and then we'll come back into the other half.
First, they start with field events at 4:30, approximate time. They're going to start. It looks like they're getting ready. They're warming up at each field event, but starting with the girls' high jump. Then they'll do boys long jump, girls shot put, and boys discus. And then about halfway after everybody gets through, then they'll flip those.
Okay, and that said, and they're projecting, at least the last I heard, 5:45 for the running events.
That's what the SHAC Commissioner, Michelle Gleam, said, 5:45 start. Try to get this in before the weather really comes.
Okay, in the SHAC. Okay, these are all small schools. Are all the events competitive?
Yes, absolutely. There are teams that can fill all events, and there are teams that have individuals that it's a team sport, but also it can be an individual sport where some schools have strong individuals.
Well, and I think that's one of the high points of the track competitions, because even though you may not have a great team, you can still excel and have great success. Whereas on the other hand, where you're playing baseball, volleyball, whatever, let's face it, you can have a great player and you can still fail.
That's right. That's more of a team sport, and one player can't win the game. But I mean, I've seen, especially at the district regional, if you got a really star runner or athlete, they can win all 4 events, score 40 points for the team. So.
Well, and speaking of that, we'll take a quick break. We'll be right back. We'll tell you what happened last year on this very same track meet before we move on to the events right here on Good Guys Radio TV.
At Southern Hills Community Bank, we take great pride in building strong relationships with our customers. We're dedicated to providing the best products and services to fit your needs, like checking and savings, home and auto loans, plus ATM and debit cards, online banking, bill pay, and mobile banking with mobile deposit. Visit SouthernHillsCommunityBank.com or stop by any of our 8 convenient locations. We want to be your bank. Southern Hills Community Bank, member FDIC and equal housing lender. Customer service with a difference.
It takes a lot of energy to create a successful high school athletics program, and often is more than team coaches and school officials can do alone. That's why school athletic booster programs are so important. The Fairfield Athletic Boosters would like all concerned adults to show their school pride and say good luck, Fairfield Lions and Lady Lions, and congratulations, and have a great season. Go Lions! From the Fairfield Athletic Boosters.
At the National Bank of Adams County, we have a lot more than money invested in Adams County. We've invested our time, our interests, our heritage. We were born here and have been an important part of this community for years. That's why we can offer financial services that truly meet your needs. If you're looking for a bank that keeps its focus local, look to us at 218 North Market Street in West Union. We're ready to help you grow your business or your family, and that will help this community grow as well.
The National Bank of Adams County, keeping it local. Member FDIC and equal housing lender.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, it's Good Guys Radio TV. Hope you're enjoying it. If you're looking at us on Facebook, remember you can look at us. You can watch it on Facebook. You can watch it on YouTube. You can also watch it on. And we like this the best. We found out the pictures the best, and of course deliveries the best on Goodguysradiotv.com. Goodguysradiotv.com. No, it's not because we get extra hits or any of those things. We get that either way we do it. But we found out there's much less interference. So if you want to make sure you get the best show you can, go to Goodguysradiotv.com. The other good thing about it, when you go to Goodguysradiotv.com, you can also go back later. If you miss an event here tonight or whatever, you can watch it later tonight, tomorrow, whenever and wherever. And if you're out there watching, make sure you call your friends. Call grandma, grandmother, grandfather, whoever. They might like to watch the kids compete. Travis, last year's track meet was pretty competitive, wasn't it?
Oh, absolutely.
Girls championship, a team that's still pretty strong, right? North Adams?
Yeah, they're still strong this year, but they did have a lot of seniors that graduated that were stars on their team.
They finished with 164 points. Now, how's that 164 points? How do they come up with that?
It's just accumulation of what their athletes score and by placement in the event.
And so when you're talking about placement, you get so many points for third, so many points for first, so many all that.
So top 8 score. First place is 10 points. Second place is 8, and then 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, just like that. So down to 8th place.
So North Adams getting 164 points. Is that a good score? I mean, for a track meet.
That's a really good score. If you score over 150, it's a tremendous score for a team.
Finishing second was Fairfield at 116.5. West Union was third with 66.5. Right behind them, only 1.5 points behind Eastern. That must have been a heartbreaker. And
you have those.
Yes, and White Oak 62 points, 3 points behind that one in 5th place. Peebles in 6th place. And by the way, I need to mention White Oak competing at a great level with no track.
They're doing very well for what they have.
It astonishes me that they practice in a parking lot, basically, right?
At the elementary school, pretty much around there, or around the high school, wherever they can practice.
Peebles was 6th with 46 points. Fayetteville was 7th with 41. Lynchburg Clay was 8th with 25 points. Manchester had 17 points in 9th. And Ripley was in 10th place with 1 point. And that's the girls' side of things and the way things ended. If we look over and folks, when you look in the background, you'll also see there's some big dark clouds. And let me explain to you how this works. If we should have rain, the events will go on. If we have thunder or lightning, the event will stop for at least 30 minutes until it goes away. If there should be another crack of lightning or thunder anytime during that 30 minutes, the 30 minutes is extended. That's how High School Athletic Association rules. But that said, if it's far in the distance, that won't stop us. We're told there's going to be pop-ups. We're also told that a lot of this is going to go around us. So how much difference does it make, Phil, when you're running this stuff in the rain?
As far as the track events, it really shouldn't make any difference. I'll defer to Travis as far as verifying that, but on the shot and discus, of course, the paraphernalia used can get damp and it can slip, and then on the long jump, you got a board that you're jumping. You got to jump from behind that line and land in the sand, so that board can get slick too. Also, so that's a disadvantage, especially in the long jump.
Well, the track itself, I've got to think, Travis, it gets slick, doesn't it?
It can. It sure can. And to go back to the field events, rain is you really don't want it to rain. Like you said, the running events, especially the distance, won't affect them at all. But your elite athletes, your long jumpers, high jumpers, they run pretty hard through the run and to the jump, and there's a chance of slip. They have spikes on. The throwing, like you said, the implements can get wet, just like like a ball. It could slip out of your hand. So, rain's not a friend for field events.
Well, speaking of that, they've started the girls' high jump. You want to go through who the participants are in that?
We have in just one flight. We have 10 athletes. We have Lizzie Shreve from Lynchburg. We have Abby Shepard from Lynchburg. Cheyenne Byler from Fairfield. Jada Mason from North Adams. Angel Gray from Peebles. Emma Crawford from West Union. Caitlin Colgate from Eastern. Caitlin Berger from North Adams. Charity Buccaneer from Eastern. And Haley Haynes from Fairfield.
And what do the folks, if they're not fans of track, what do they need to know about this event?
They get 3 misses, up to 3 misses. If they complete a jump, they have to wait until they set the bar. I think the bar is at 4 feet 2 inches. And whoever clears 4 feet 2 inches, then they move it up another 2 inches, and then they keep going until the last person misses 3 times.
So it is incrementally 2 inches at a time.
Yes.
And it's interesting to me, you reach a point where seemingly everybody falls out, don't they?
Yes, that's correct. They just all of a sudden, usually, or sometimes it goes where 3 or 4 of them will get to a certain point. They're all about the same level, and then your top 2 or 3 will continue after that.
Well, in last year's winner, by the way, Haley Haynes from Fairfield, I'm reading that's a 5-foot level. That's a pretty nice number for a high school girl.
Yes, it is, and looks like she's coming in at 5-foot mark this year.
Wow, that's and you have what? You have their best through the season?
This is the coaches turn in on the heat sheet. They could put in their best. They could put in their average, whatever they decide. When I coach, I always put the best, and just to give them a boost of confidence and let them know where they are in the shack.
Well, and when you look at a girl like Hallie Haynes, she's, about 5'8", 5'9", my memory says. You're talking about a bar that's set at her shoulders.
Yes.
And I'd have trouble getting things off a shelf at that high, much less jumping that high.
Jumping is it's a form. To do the flop over the backwards. So it's just not the same as other kind of jumps, but now we're looking at shot put.
Okay.
And if you ever watch a girl or the boys, either one, on the high jump, there's a lot of them will go out, mark out, so they got their steps down. They like to know, and they'll go out and measure before. They got a mark out there that they start from a lot of times to get their steps down.
That's correct.
Well, yeah, and again, it's not so much how high or how long, it's the form, right?
That's correct.
Now, the shot put, what size shot are the girls throwing?
They're throwing it's a 4K, which is 8.8 pounds. 4 kilos, which is 8.8 pounds.
And that gets heavier as they go to college, and college stays the same as Olympics?
I think the girls stays the same. The boys keeps getting heavier. So from junior high, it was the same as the girls. And then when the boys get to high school, it goes up to 12 pounds. And then when the boys go to college, it's 16 pounds.
Well, and
I think the girls stays the same.
And when we're talking about the shot put, last year Paris Priest again from Fairfield, she won that with 34. Looks like 34 feet 4 inches, 4.5 inches. Again, a nice number. What do you want to go over? Let's go over the shot put participants as well. I guess we should do that.
Okay, we have 17 entries. We have Samantha Inser from White Oak, Maddie Henderson from Peebles, Haley Stewart of Manchester, Pasha Garrett of Lynchburg Clay, Jada Breeze of Manchester, Tatum Grooms of North Adams, Candace Garrison Eastern, Eden Bosco from North Adams, Avery Jakeway from Fayetteville, Brianna Walker from White Oak, Alexis Cowan from West Union, Shelby Weekly from West Union, McKinley Cox of Fairfield, Ann Murphy of Fayetteville, Heaven Garrett of Lynchburg, Emily Mormond of Eastern, and Paris Priest of Fairfield, returning champion.
Perfect. Tell you what, let's take a quick break, Brandon. We'll take a quick break. We'll be right back with more on Good Guys Radio TV.
The Naylor Orthodontics team is honored to be able to create positive changes for their patients. They understand that your life can be transformed through orthodontic care. Some of the options available at Naylor include clear and metal braces for children, teens, and adults, Invisalign, and self-ligating braces. Naylor Orthodontics has 2 locations in Maysville and West Union. If you have been thinking about orthodontic treatment for yourself or a loved one, call and schedule a complimentary consultation today. Dial 606-564-9494.
Adams County Self-Storage knows that there's plenty of different reasons you may be looking for a little extra room to put things. Your college-age kid comes home for the summer and brings along their new ping pong table. You finally decided to take down the decorations after celebrating Christmas in July, or maybe you're still holding on to all those Thai beanie babies that are definitely going to be worth something someday. Whatever your needs, Adams County Self-Storage has got you covered. They've got units ready to rent at their West Union location right behind the Grandview Outlet. Call 937-892-0016. That's 892-0016.
Team sports teach the young men and women of our community how to work together to achieve a common goal. They also reinforce other character traits such as respect, dedication, and self-discipline. The family of Wallace Thompson Funeral Homes with locations in Peebles, Seaman, and Winchester salute the teams of the Southern Hills Athletic Conference and wish you the best of luck. The family of Wallace Thompson Funeral Homes, providing the care and service that you and your family deserve.
The Adams County Christian School is now offering open enrollment for ages 3 and 4 for their preschool program. With a full day of Christ-centered curriculum for your preschooler, Adams County Christian School is a faith-based environment located on Rice Drive in West Union. To register your child, you can go online to www.eaglesaccs.com or call 937-544-5502 today.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, it's Good Guys Radio TV. You know that because you tuned in. Good Guys Radio TV. It's a 2023 Southern Hills Athletic Conference track meet. Now, all these kids have competed at individual track meets, and when I say individual, most of them are in what they call invitationals, where they have 3 or 4 schools get together at a time. There are county track meets. Adams County has one. Highland has one. But this is the one that encompasses all 10 schools in the Southern Hills Athletic Conference. Travis, we're watching the high jump and the shot put, and it is raining out there, but they're going ahead and competing, correct?
That's correct, yep. Girls are jumping.
And traditionally they will do that, correct?
Yes. If there's no thunder, lightning, they'll still compete.
Does that actually lower, when we're talking about for high jump as example, or does that actually lower the results?
I feel it brings everybody closer together as far as the results. Just your athletes that have an approach that's a little faster, they got to worry about slipping, maybe sliding. So they have to really concentrate more on the jump and not.
So it can actually turn out to be a good thing, then, I guess is what you're saying.
For
right?
other schools, yeah. Yes.
Yeah. What it
kind of even out everybody.
Yeah. Well, I was just going to say, we always talk about in football games. You talk about the great equalizer in a football game.
Yes.
I mean, muddy fields. Same thing in a horse race. They say, muddy track. Suddenly that also becomes a
That's right.
contender, right?
Yeah, I feel it does.
So how many Okay, we've got started already, and yes, folks, it is pouring the rain, and I will tell you, we have rain in the forecast. Fortunately, as I said again, as long as it's not thunder or lightning, we will not have a stoppage of the competition. But I can't tell. How many are they down to now? Can you tell at all?
I cannot from here.
No, and the scoring, we will hopefully have some electronic scoring for you, but that will be as we go. You can see there, that was a miss.
It looks like Emma Crawford from West Union just missed that height.
And they will go ahead and go, and they're going from, again, what has been turned in.
Yes.
I don't want to say the least jumper to the highest, but that's basically what it is, isn't it?
Yes, that's how your top athlete coming in goes last. That's North Adams.
And there's certainly, with the rain, there's certainly a big audience here underneath the canopy at the concession stand, right? They're watching from a distance. We want to give kudos out to Skylar Stapleton, who is our camera guy on our field events. He's out there in the elements, so to speak.
Looks like possibly Charity Buccaneer.
Oh, nice
She
jump.
cleared that one.
Okay, now, that's a traditional form, isn't it? Going
Yes.
over on your back, right?
Yes.
Is that what used to be the Fosbury flop?
Fosbury flop, yep. There you go.
Well, didn't they used to, there used to be multiple forms, but pretty much that's the traditional form now, right?
I've seen jump forward over it. Some, your taller athletes, or they can jump really well off the ground, what they call scissor it, where they just jump over it.
Do they still do that?
I've had some boys still do that, and maybe a girl early on, the lower heights. But then they get to a certain point, then they got to start.
I was going to say that
concentrating on their jump.
That takes hops now. It's the scissor over a.
Yes.
I might be able to do that over a curb. I don't know about that, but they used to even do a roll, I think, right?
Yep, the forward roll over it. Yes.
But again, fortunately, the rain's let up a little bit.
Now the wind's coming. They're still jumping. Let's see. We have, looks like North Adams competitor. So we got an angle at the shot now. So West Union thrower.
Yeah, West Union thrower looks like.
I think that's Alexis Cohen.
Okay.
And they get, 3 throws? Is that what it is?
Yes.
And you're done unless there's a throw off, right?
That's correct.
And similar to that is the disc, correct?
Yes.
And here we go again. It's not about brute strength. It's about form.
That's the form and technique, and it's lots of practice to get that form and technique.
Now, Travis, you coach track, right?
I have coached track, yes.
What's the hardest events to coach?
Probably the field events. Some of the field events are a little challenging, the throwing and the high jump and the long jump. Admit it. They're all challenging to certain new athletes that want to try something different. They're always excited about jumping and the running and the hurdles, and so they're all fun to teach.
What makes those the hardest events? That because you've got the least experience in them, or they're just that hard to teach technique? Or
it's the technique. Anybody can go throw a shot, but really you're putting a shot. You're not throwing it. So it's got to come off your neck and not really throw it like a ball. So it's a form, and the discus is not like a frisbee. It's a throw with your finger. A certain grip you have to use. So and then like I said, the high jump, you're just not jumping over it. You have to learn how to go over it backwards. And the long jump is a lot of timing and work your body in the air to get the farthest out.
Well, when you look at the shot put, can you actually throw it further by putting it than throwing it?
Yes, that's I believe so, for sure. But, well, there are some that can throw a little farther, so I think it is a foul. So I'd say you probably could throw, but you're going to hurt yourself. You're going to really hurt your arm, your shoulder, your rotator cuff if you try to throw 12-pound or 8.5-pound
I'd say it's
shot.
a lot different than throwing a baseball or softball.
Yeah, which is just
where
a few.
you're throwing it, like you said, just because of the weight.
Yeah, but I've seen it done, and then fouls, and you just got to learn. So it's a lot of practice to learn that technique, and that's the fundamentals, is trying to put the shot and then work on your footwork.
Well, and when we talk about that, when you're talking about a foul, what you mean is if the judge actually sees you trying to throw it, that's considered the same as a foul.
Yes. If it doesn't come off your neck, it's away from your body.
And foul means the throw is invalid.
The throw does not count.
The same as if you step over the
Yep, the block.
The block, yeah.
Yep. If you step on it, you can kick it, but if you step on it, it's a foul. If you step out of the ring, it's a foul. Another foul is you have to enter through the back and then exit through the back. So
really?
lots of little rules in throwing.
What's the entrance from the back? And
it's like I say, picture a circle. So you have to. Then they have marks on the side, so you have to come in from the back. Then you do your throw, and you exit from the back. It's just a
is that safety or something?
Possibly.
Yeah, interesting. Okay.
What do you think, Phil? Is that for safety?
I would agree with you. I didn't realize that till I became AD there was all that little nuances in it as well either. The other thing that, and I don't know, Travis, if you had this before, I would like to see somebody in the league have a camp for junior high kids and high school kids that would work on a lot of these things, because nothing against, but we've got some coaches that don't really know all the techniques themselves, and otherwise, these kids need to learn to do it, one, not to hurt themselves, and otherwise, and to be more competitive as well.
That's right. That's correct.
Well, and, it's interesting, and, we always talk about kids not being outside. Every kid knows how to run. They may not have a great technique, so to speak, for a sprinter or whatever as things go. But let's face it, a lot of these track events are something kids don't always practice.
That's right. That's correct. If they don't have hurdles or something to work on, they have to do it at the track, and that's their only opportunity.
Okay, let's take another quick break. We'll be back. The field events continue here from Fairfield High School, the home of the Lions, and tonight it's the home of 10 high school track teams competing for the Southern Hills Athletic Conference Championship. We'll be back. Girls and boys competition continues here from Fairfield on Good Guys Radio TV.
Who is Barry Chevrolet? Why don't you ask your friends and neighbors? Because after 70 years, 4 generations in the automotive industry, odds are we've made a happy customer out of somebody you know. Hard-working, proud Americans drive Chevrolets, and that's why we sell them at Barry's. Hats off to everybody driving a Silverado truck. You're my kind of people. Barry Chevrolet, your best deal dealer.
ProGen's next-generation technology flooring is designed to stand up to the demands of modern life, and it's available now at the Winchester Carpet Outlet. Because ProGen is durable, waterproof, dimensionally stable, and easy to install, it can be used in any room, including rooms that are most prone to moisture and spills, like kitchens and baths. For top-quality flooring, service, and selection at prices that'll floor you, visit the Winchester Carpet Outlet, just off State Route 32 on Tri-County Road, just a few miles west of Winchester, Ohio, and online at winchestercarpetoutlet.com.
Our business is helping you grow. We're Baxter Tractor. We take care of you like family.
We've been growing since 1946. As your Kubota dealer, our focus is to help you grow today and into the future. Stop by one of our locations today, visit with our folks, and see our entire lineup of Kubota products.
Our business is helping you grow.
It takes a lot of energy to create a successful high school athletics program, and often it's more than team coaches and school officials can do alone. That's why school athletic booster programs are so important. The People's Indians Athletic Boosters would like all concerned adults to show their school pride. The People's Athletic Boosters would also like to wish the best of luck to the People's Indians and Lady Indians. Go Indians from the People's Athletic Boosters.
Here at CMT Components, we believe a barn's a barn. That's why we deliver fast and easy post-frame barn packages. We build and deliver everything ourselves. Everything. Trusses, metal, windows, and doors. Just give us a call and get it delivered right to your job site. Call today.
That's 937-446-3400. Or visit our website, cmtcomponents.com. Our destination is excellence.
Dine in or order out at Maddie's Restaurant and Pizzeria in Sardinia. They've got a great variety of pizzas including Supreme, Hawaiian, or Chicken Bacon Ranch. You can also build your own personal pizza. Order regular or gluten-free crust, choose between spicy or original sauce, and pick from Maddie's list of 13 toppings. Or have your way with one of Maddie's 12 mouth-watering hoagies. And that's just the basics. Maddie's has a huge menu with so many things for you to try. If you're within a 15-mile radius from Sardinia, ask about delivery options. Follow Maddie's Restaurant and Pizzeria on Facebook. They're rated 4.9 stars for a reason.
Welcome back again, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, I'm Don Bowles, along with Travis Bogart and Phil Ronimus. And, of course, we want to thank our producer-director, Mr. Brandon Rigdon, for tonight, and Skylar Stapleton as we put this together for you. Hope you're enjoying watching the Southern Hills Athletic Conference track meet. All 10 schools in the Southern Hills Athletic Conference here at Fairfield High School. And fortunately, somebody was doing the right kind of fingers crossed praying, doing something, because that phase of rain has passed us. Although, according to what you're looking at there, Travis, we got more coming, right?
Yeah, looks like it's spotty, but we missed, I think, a big one right there. It was all black clouds, and I think it went south of us.
Well, and in that sense, track is a little bit like football. You know, the old thing in football, they even used to play in thunderstorms. Now they don't. But you play no matter what's happening. It's the same thing in track. It keeps going, doesn't it?
It sure does.
And let me explain again, folks. You're saying, well, safety and all those things. There is a safety issue and a safety factor, and the Ohio High School Athletic Association says that you cannot hold an outdoor event when thunder and lightning are in the area. And in the area is the key to that. If you could see it, 15 miles away or whatever, you can go ahead and continue with your competition. If it's in the direct area, we will have to cease, and at that time we will take a break. You'll have to just keep checking, and we'll come back. But we would take a break at that point, and it's in 30-minute increments is what happens. In the first strike of lightning, they would take a break for 30 minutes. If within that 30 minutes there's another strike of lightning or thunder is heard, we would extend it an additional 30 minutes after that. But for right now, we're continuing to compete, and it actually looks like, Travis, we completed the girls' high jump.
It looks like it. I know that I heard a first call for boys, but do we want to run through the boys' long jump?
Yeah, why don't we do that?
Okay, so boys' long jump is competing now. We have Cody Abrams from Lynchburg, Caden Schweitzer from Eastern, Caden Mason of North Adams, James Duncan of Fairfield, Ian Young of Ripley, Eli Beath of Eastern, Thaddeus McCarty of Fayetteville, Caleb Eldridge of North Adams, Christopher Saunders of Manchester, Trey Bracken of West Union, Tyler Wessner of White Oak, Corey Reed at Peebles, Logan Beeler of White Oak, and the top seed coming in, Christopher Oldfie of Peebles, with a coming in jump of 20 feet 1.5 inches.
That sounds like a lot.
That's a good jump. That's a possible state qualifier jump.
Really?
Yeah, regional qualifier for sure. Yep.
And when we talk about qualifying, how many people out of we'll say how many do they take to state?
So next level is the district. So they take 4 from there to make it to the regional, and then 4 from there to make it to the state. 4 individuals.
So when you talk about state qualifying, we're talking elite of the elite of the elite, right?
Yeah, yes. Here it's the top 16 in the state usually, top 20 maybe. If they take 5 or 6. I mean, it's changed the last few years, just depend on numbers, and more athletes are involved now, and our region's pretty big. Southeast region, well, I mean not southeast, but southeast and southwest is a little different. Maybe less teams down that way, so they may only take 4 or 3 athletes. It just depends on your region.
Well, and I think it always I won't say surprises me. I always find it interesting. Let's put it that way. I always find it interesting how many kids out of this league, out of the SHAC, actually do make state qualification.
Well, looking at last year, looking at the names of the girls there were several that made it. Sierra Kendall was podium. On the podium, Mila Toole, Lydia Kittner was up there. I think some of the relay teams made it.
I think so.
Yeah, we had we had a good representation last year.
Yeah, and and we've actually had state champions. Again, when you're thinking about approximately out of these divisions, these schools are competing in Division 3 and 4, and basically round numbers, that's about 200 schools in region in Division 4 and about 200 in Division 3. That's pretty cool out of 400 schools.
Yes, that's a tremendous accomplishment for our little area right down here.
Let's go ahead and talk about. There's other people we can talk about.
Boys discus. It's also competing right now. We have 2 flights. First flight, Cash Blagg of Lynchburg, Andrew Bally of Ripley, Ashton Bain of Lynchburg. Second flight, Lucas Bellamy of Fayetteville, Brant Crosley of Fayetteville, Hunter Ridenour of Ripley, Grant McClanahan of Manchester, Garrett Moran of Eastern, Lane Bailey of Eastern, Caleb Vitterick of Fairfield, Bradley Mills of West Union, Isaac Burns of Fairfield, Peyton Mason of Peebles, Jackson Tedford of White Oak, Wyatt Smart of Peebles, Mason Gillum of Manchester, Seth Evans of White Oak, Cameron McCann of North Adams, and Caleb Diatley, North Adams, leading thrower coming in, 129 feet and 8 inches.
You might want to explain how the flights work as far as when there's more than one.
That looks like they were looking at having about 19 athletes, and they just split them up, and looks like 2 flights of 16 and 3.
What would be the purpose for that? Why would you split them up into flights?
Just to spread it out more a little bit, and just so they're not waiting in line that long.
So does the top thrower from flight 1 get to go to flight 2 then when they?
No, so it'll be the top throws of flight 1. They'll just have their mark, and then the flight 2 have their mark, and then they'll take the top 8 places.
Okay.
All right.
Some of your invitationals will have they'll have the flights, and then they'll have a throw off between the top 7 or 8.
Well, and
the finals they call it.
As you folks can probably tell, it continues to rain a bit. It has let up a bunch. It's not raining nearly like it was, and there's actually a pretty good crowd here. Most of them are undercover places, like us, fortunately. By the way, again, if you're new to Good Guys Radio TV, we certainly would appreciate if you'd share the link or just give your friends and neighbors a call and let them know that we're on. We will be bringing you every event tonight. And we hope you can encourage people to join us, because obviously the more people we have watching what we do, the more we'll be able to do. I do need to note that unlike a lot of the other services, there is no streaming charge. It's not like Netflix and even some of the local streaming services. We don't make a charge, and that's because we have advertisers and sponsors. And please notice who those people are that are advertising on our broadcast, and let them know you appreciate it, because it has to bring value to them as well. Everybody, it's a great thing to support your local community, support your local schools. But then again, they're all business folks. They'd like to earn your business, and that's what they're trying to do. Travis, once we get through this, and they project the field events will be finished about, 5:45?
That's what they're hoping.
And looks like we're into the discus. Are they doing the discus yet?
Should be the boys throwing the discus. Kind of hard to see there, but they are throwing with the umbrellas. Without the umbrellas, we had a nice view of that.
Yeah, because the inclement weather has created issues for us as well. It's very difficult to do. We are not capitalized like ESPN and some of the rest of them, and it's a challenge. The rain creates huge issues for us, to say the least.
One thing to go along with what Travis was talking about, the long jump, another technique besides your timing is when you land, it's the closest point of any of your body parts back to where you took off from. So you always want to fall forward. You don't want to fall backwards, put your hands behind you or any of that, because that's where they're going to measure to, not where your feet are.
So if you're a jumper like me that falls flat on his back, it's probably not going to be good, right?
You lost about 3 or 4 feet.
They'll start from your head, move back to the board.
Or the end of my fingers just laying way back there someplace. It's interesting, the athleticism that's necessary to do this stuff.
It's more than just it's athletic, but then it's a lot of form. It's a lot of practice, a lot of fundamentals. I mean, there are fundamentals in track. You have to learn, like Phil said, how to jump forward, how to land forward, how to throw your body motion it forward instead of falling backward. I've seen so many good jumpers accidentally throw their hand back, like you said, and they lose 3 or 2 feet, and they had a 20-foot jump.
Well, and track is a sport that I don't think is publicized quite as much as a lot of other sports. Obviously, you see it in the Olympics, but away from the Olympics, you used to see it on Wide World of Sports a lot. Well, that's dating myself, isn't it? But you don't see nearly the exposure. But people need to know. In the state of Ohio, there's indoor track. There's team track teams, independent track teams, just like there are AAU basketball teams, right?
That's right. There are schools around here locally. I mean, White Oaks had some indoor track athletes. There's some more schools closer that's has meets. So the schools around here are able to go to those indoor meets.
Well, and to that point, this is also a sport. And this is not in any way criticizing a basketball player, but conceivably, your best basketball players, let's put it this way, your best basketball players are probably playing basketball all year round. But conceptually, you could go out and grab a basketball 2 weeks before the season and start playing basketball. Especially for the runners and the like, track, you pretty much have to do it year round, don't you?
Yes, absolutely. Have to train. It takes training to prepare for those events.
Well, and you have to stay in shape, and you have to, the like and whatever. Again, the field events continue. We are having problems with visual issues because of the umbrellas and the like. We will also, by the way, as we go on, be giving you results. Hopefully we'll be getting some of those. And interestingly enough, it's all done by a scoring service. You want to explain to people what that's about, Travis? That might be new and unique.
Well, they have a timing system, and they have it's all computerized timing now. But nobody's standing there with a hand stopwatch anymore. These are more accurate times. When the running events start, we'll see those. We'll see that in effect.
What about the field events? Does that enter into that at all?
Not really. I think it's still hand measured, and height is still measured by hand.
I'll tell you what, let's take another quick break. We'll be right back after this on Good Guys Radio TV.
Power through your to-do list and create a space that makes a splash. Save $20 on the FSA 38 trimmer or the BG50 blower. Real STIHL. Find yours.
The Fayetteville Athletic Boosters are proud to sponsor this coverage of the Fayetteville Rockets. The Athletic Boosters work hard behind the scenes to encourage their teams to do their best. The Rockets understand this and are dedicated to doing just that. Congratulations, your hard work and drive show through. Whether basketball, volleyball, baseball, football, or any other sport, the Fayetteville Athletic Boosters say good luck, Rockets.
Tired of being stuck in an overpriced cell phone contract? Stop by Cricket Wireless in Mount Orb. With no annual contracts, you can pick a plan that fits your lifestyle. Cricket offers 4 lines of unlimited talk, text, and data for just $100 a month. Did I mention Cricket has fast and powerful nationwide 5G coverage? What are you waiting for? Head over to Cricket in Mount Orb and make the switch. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Whether you need insurance to protect your home, car, business, or your family's financial future, I believe that your needs are best served by your local neighbors. Shirley Link, your local Encova insurance agent, will take the time to get to know your specific needs. Contact Shirley Link today to find out how you can benefit from working with a local agent. Visit linkinsuranceservice.com or call 937-695-0611.
Our beliefs matter. They're reflected in our words and actions. At First State Bank, we believe in treating people well, and we've been doing just that since 1884. Listening, caring, looking out for each other. It's what people deserve. It's what a real local bank does. While lots of things have changed over the years, our belief in the people of this community hasn't. First State Bank, built on belief. Member FDIC.
The West Union Athletic Boosters would like to thank you for listening to this broadcast of the West Union Dragons Athletics. High school sports foster important skills such as teamwork and communication. That's why the West Union Athletic Boosters are proud to support the Dragons and the Lady Dragons. If you would like to show your Dragons pride, you are invited to join the West Union Athletic Boosters. And don't forget to attend the games. Go Dragons and Lady Dragons.
Do you have a roofing or siding project? At Higgins, they manufacture steel roofing and siding every business day. With 17 colors in stock and 70,000 pieces of trim, they are prepared to ship your project immediately. Remember Higgins for your 40-year warranted, ENERGY STAR compliant, American-made steel roofing and siding. Located 7 miles west of Hillsboro on US Route 50 and on AC Avenue, just off 35 in Jackson. Call 800-782-4239 or visit them on the web at higginsroofing.com.
McCarty Associates, with offices in Hillsboro, Washington Courthouse, and Loveland, is an architecture, engineering, and surveying firm celebrating 50 years of serving southern and southwestern Ohio. McCarty Associates is a broad-based consulting firm providing services to governmental agencies, public bodies, corporate and business entities, and the general public. They also offer construction management for clients that require a higher level of assistance. If there is a construction project in your future, McCarty Associates can take your vision and help make it a reality. Visit McCartyAssociates.com for a complete list of their services.
Taste the Snappy Tomato Pizza difference for yourself. Order from Seaman at 937-386-1010 or from West Union at 937-544-5583. Order online at snappytomato.com.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, Good Guys Radio TV. I'm Don Volslow, Phil Ronimus, and Travis Bogard, and we are at Fairfield High School. And it's the home of the Lions, but tonight it's home of a whole bunch of folks. It's the 10-team Southern Hills Athletic Conference track meet. And we hope everybody's enjoying our broadcast here. We're still going through all the field events. And, Phil, I think we have some results. Is that correct?
Yes, we've got the results for the girls' high jump. We had one lady that you heard Travis read all the participants there earlier, one that did not attempt, and she's in several of the running races, so that because of the weather she may have done that. Several of them had no height, so they didn't even make the lower level. So anyhow, in 5th place with 4 points from Winchester, or from Eastern. I hate the Ohio High School put Winchester Eastern. It's Eastern.
Yes.
Anyhow, Caitlin Colgate in 4th, and she jumped 4.2. Emma Crawford in 4th with 5 points for West Union at 4.4. Caitlin Berger, 6 points for North Adams, was 3rd at 4.6. 2nd for 8 points for Eastern, Charity Buckamaneer at 4.6 also. And Travis will have to explain the difference between those. And at 1st place with 10 points with a jump of 4.8 is Hallie Haynes from here at Fairfield.
Now, Hallie Haynes' best jump is 5 foot. Let's say she could do better than that tonight. Would she go ahead and attempt that tonight, or do you quit when everybody's out?
At the league meet, sometimes it's strategic to just win, just get enough to win, unless you're breaking a school record, close to a school record. But in the rain and the elements, you can see by looking at listen to what they jumped today and what they came in with is a lot lower.
Right, and that's what made me think of that. Phil, why don't you go over them again real quick, if you would, please.
Okay, in 5th place with 4 points from Eastern, Caitlin Colgate, 4.2. 4th place with 5 points, Emma Crawford from West Union, 4.4. Caitlin Berger in 3rd place with 6 points at 4.6. Charity Buckamaneer from Eastern in 2nd place with 8 points, 4.6. And in 1st place with 10 points for Fairfield, Hallie Haynes with the jump of 4 foot 8 inches.
And as we continue to talk here, we've got the boys long jump. going on right now. Isn't that what that is, Travis?
Yes. That was a People's jumper that just jumped. People's athlete.
And again, the rain would make a big difference in this too, as Phil was talking about earlier. If that jump board or the start board was slick, boy, would that make a difference in how far you jump, wouldn't it?
Absolutely, and that's you have to concentrate more. The track is the surface just like a track, so it can get slick even with spikes on. The board can be slick, so you really have to focus. You can't just go all out like you normally would. You have to focus and concentrate on that jump more than you normally would. Because you never want to look down at the board, but this, you may have to today.
So you do that while looking ahead. You actually count steps, so to speak, don't you?
Yes, it's a steps and timing.
And in high school, they do not do the long jump that you do the hop and the
triple jump.
Triple jump.
Actually, that's just an Ohio thing. Indoor track, you can do it for Ohio. Now, outdoor, they don't have it for Ohio. Like Kentucky has the triple jump as a normal high school event.
Why do they not do that?
I don't know about it, why they don't have for outdoor, but for indoor, they have that option.
Well, and also we might mention that looked like a pretty good jump there. That was an Eastern participant.
Yes.
That said, another event that we have set up here, but they don't participate, at least in the league, and that's pole vault. Correct.
That's correct. That's a league thing. Yeah. Not sure why. It hasn't been, I think, in existence since maybe early '80s. I think, for the league.
But other places they do compete in that, correct?
Other conferences they do have that, at the district and yeah.
Did it begin? And I'm probably making a reach here. Did it begin around safety? Wasn't there some stuff around safety about pole vaulting?
Well, I know coaches really have to be trained to be able to coach, be certified and trained to coach pole vault because of the injury possibility, coming down, the pole breaking or falling. I mean, there's some really height in the air up there.
Why don't we give the participants for the long jump again?
Okay. So boys long jump, we have Cody Abrams from Lynchburg, Caden Schweitzer of Eastern, Caden Mason of North Adams, James Duncan of Fairfield, Ian Young of Ripley, Eli Beath of Eastern, Thaddeus McCarty of Fayetteville, Caleb Eldridge of North Adams, Christopher Saunders of Manchester, Trey Bracken of West Union, Tyler Westner of White Oak, Corey Reed of Peebles, Logan Beeler of White Oak, and Christopher Olfey of Peebles.
And that was a West Union athlete just jumped there. And they should be jumping in order. It's probably down in here, isn't it?
There's two ways to set it up. I don't know. You can have open pit, which means when you're ready to jump, you can jump, or they do it in order. Sometimes, so we'll see here. So West Union went, so it should be, if they go in order, it'll be a White Oak athlete.
And there comes the peanut gallery from White Oak.
That's right.
I'm only kidding. Just kidding.
That's right. Mr. Isles is definitely.
Mr. Isles and Mr. Call.
Yes.
And that's using the term Mr. loosely, right?
That's right.
Only joking, folks. Two of our favorite White Oak people. Of course, we only know two people from White Oak, so no, only kidding. But yes, Jason Isles recently promoted to superintendent.
That's right. That's right.
Nice pay raise.
Yes. More responsibility.
Yes, and more people to yell at you.
That's right.
But anyway, and then, of course, Mike Hall, the athletic director for White Oak, here in attendance tonight. And a lot of folks, we saw Curlberger from North Adams. I'm going to get myself in trouble because they're probably all here. I just haven't seen them all as I watch umbrellas flying across the field here.
They're probably the smart ones under the canopy over there.
Was that a Peebles jumper? Or
yes, they must be going in order because that was Corey Reed
from
Peebles there.
And we're getting near the best jumpers here. as we move in. And who is it that leads, at least in scoring-wise, coming in here?
Seed-wise, Christopher Oldfie from Peebles, over 20 feet. So that was Corey Reedy, comes in at over 19 feet.
And again, folks, think about how long that is. That is a long, long way to jump. Of course, not if you're Phil Ronimus, but
No.
but
What is Olympics? 26 something for
20
men?
Yes, 26 on the average. 26, 27.
And that was what, a White Oak participant, I
Yep.
think?
That looked like Logan Beeler.
Logan, quite an athlete for White Oak. And that's interesting also, if you'll note, folks, if you ever listen to our baseball games or basketball or whatever, volleyball, in small schools, and I think this is a good thing, in small schools, a lot of the kids compete in several sports. And so you're hearing the same names we talk about in baseball, we talk about in volleyball, basketball, whatever. And that's a good thing. But the other good thing I like, Travis, about track is there are a lot of kids that participate in track and they don't participate in other sports.
That's right. It's not just one thing. It's all kinds of different things you can do. If you're good at jumping, if you can do the long jump or the high jump. But if you're strong, and then you can do the throws. If you're just an athlete, you can hurdle. If you got some speed, you can sprint. But if you can run for a long time, there's just different avenues for many student athletes to compete in.
Well, and the other thing that I think is noteworthy, if you happen to have a passion, let's say you just like to run. I was never a fast runner, but when I was a kid, I always liked running.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's just fun. Just walk along with it. I'll start running, and you can really have a lot of fun doing things individually as well.
Oh, absolutely. Track it just gives you that opportunity.
And sometimes, and of course, as we all know, the Flying Pig Marathon was on Sunday, and a lot of these sports, not necessarily high jump or of course, shot put or some of those you may not go throughout life, but a lot of folks run all their lives. So when you get into some of the track events, it's a lifetime thing.
That's right, and some don't pick it up. Do not pick it up until later on in life. They see how their friends do it. They see it's also a community.
Right. Now, we still have a lot of events to come, right?
Yeah, so we can go through the upcoming field events for the boys high jump. They're getting ready to start. We have Odin Combs of Eastern, Eli Beath of Eastern, Braden Boone of Ripley, Gage White of North Adams, Linus Week of White Oak, Logan Beeler of White Oak, Grady Neckley of Peebles, Lane Martin of North Adams, Christopher Oldfie of Peebles.
And again, it'll be exactly the same, done in the same manner as the girls' high jump was. And what's the highest jump coming in here for boys?
Looks like two of them are around 5 feet 10 inches. Lane Martin and Christopher Oldfie.
Now, as we always talk about basketball, that's some hops now. If you can clear a bar at 5'10", that's
around your height or more. Yeah, that's.
And that's what they kind of judge it at, isn't it? If you can clear your height, you're doing extremely well, right?
Absolutely, yes.
And there are several events, by the way, in track that are based a little bit on stature, aren't there?
Yes, it helps out tremendously. Give you definitely an advantage.
When you're a sprinter, you can get by with being a little on the short side or whatever, but high jump helps to be tall, doesn't it?
Yes, absolutely. It help you with hurdles as well.
Well,
could help you with hurdles. You don't have to be tall, though.
But then, of course, when we're talking about shot put, a little bit of that girth and strength makes a difference, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
Those are strong folks. As they continue here, we can see the long jump. It should be getting nearly over, and we'll be getting more results for you, we hope, of course. We already had the results in, of course, for the high jump for girls. And again, as Travis said, they're getting ready to do the boys' high jump. Want to take just a moment and thank some of the people that made us possible for us to be here, by the way. Manchester Veterans Club, Southern State Community College, Roush Insurance, OK Auto Parts, just some of the people making it possible for you to watch this for free. And again, if you're at home watching this, or wherever you are, remember you can tell your friends about it. They can watch it any place in the world. We get a lot of people that contact us and say, "Oh, my grandchild's participating, and I'm watching from Florida. We had somebody last week tell us they watch all of our basketball games from Montana. That's pretty cool.
That's amazing. Yes.
Isn't that neat?
Yes.
And 10 years ago we said they were crazy, but yeah, and we welcome those. But it helps when you folks tell people about it. So if you would do that, we would appreciate it. On that note, we'll take a quick break. We'll be back, and we'll continue with the Southern Hills Athletic Conference track meet right after this on Good Guys Radio TV.
It takes hard work and determination to have a successful sports organization, not to mention the support of the community. That is why the Manchester Athletic Boosters are proud supporters of Manchester Greyhound Athletics, from basketball to baseball and volleyball to cheerleading and everything in between. The Manchester Athletic Boosters are proud to sponsor the Manchester Greyhounds on C103. Go Hounds! The Manchester Athletic Boosters, a proud sponsor of Manchester Athletics.
In this community, they call the fire department when the days go bad and they don't know what to do.
There'll be a family member and will come up and give me a hug or shake my hand and say, hey, you took care of my dad X number of years ago. And they just wanted to say thank you and how much it meant to them. Things like that just keep me going. I'm ready to come back and do it again.
I try to take pride in every single thing that I do. When I'm needed in the community, I don't want them to ever think that I could have done more.
And that's the beauty of volunteers. There's nothing stronger than the heart of a volunteer.
Graduation isn't too far behind. Manchester Veterans Club would like to congratulate our seniors for their many years of hard work to get where they are today. Manchester Veterans Club also salutes those of the senior class that will be entering the armed forces after graduation. Learn more about the Manchester Veterans Club. Call 937-549-3300.
Yeah, it's because
I wanted to prove to myself that I could go to college and get my degree.
What if I went to Southern State? What if I'm able to go and become that nurse or that lawyer or that teacher? Southern State Community College allows students to rise above the circumstances that they're surrounded by and become something more than they ever dreamed possible.
Hello, this is Tammy Crothers from Roush Insurance. Our agency has been here for over 80 years, so please keep us in mind if you're looking for a more competitive quote on any of your insurance needs. You can stop by the office at 313 East Main Street, West Union, or give us a call at 937-544-3123.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Good Guys Radio TV. We hope you're enjoying our broadcast here. It's the Southern Hills Athletic Conference League Track Meet, and Phil Ronimus is back with us again. And Phil, we have some more results. Is that correct?
Right. We got the girls' shot put. Before I actually give you the thing, we had at least three ladies set personal records. Haley Stewart from Manchester, a personal record of 27.1½ inches. Samantha Enser from White Oak, 19 feet even. And Cadence Garrison from Eastern, personal record 25.3¾ inch. Now, as far as the standings, in 8th place with 1 point from West Union, Shelby Weekly with 26.11. In 7th place for 2 points from Lynchburg Clay, Pasha Garrett, 27.1¼ and that was also a personal record for her. 6th place for 3 points, Avery Jakeway from Fayetteville Perry, 27.7. 5th with 4 points is McKinley Cox from Leesburg, 29 even. 4th with 5 points from Fayetteville Perry, Annie Murphy, 30 feet 6 inches. 3rd for 6 points from Eastern, Emily Mormond, 30 feet 10 inches. 2nd place, 8 points, Heaven Garrett from Lynchburg Clay, and this is also a personal record for her, 31.8½. And in 1st place from Leesburg, Fairfield Paris Priest, she got her team 10 points, 33.4¼ inches. So that's the results from the girls' shot put.
It's interesting, Travis. We're talking about the weather, how it affects, and rightfully so. You said some of the results come out shorter. It's interesting, people getting personal bests under bad weather conditions, isn't it?
Yes, it is. It's good for them, and good to see today on a day like this.
Well, especially when you look back, I noted there, Pasha Garrett, if I remember what Phil said there, she improved her record by probably close to 2 feet. And that's a cool thing to do, especially timing. You don't want to do it at a meet necessarily where you only got 3 teams competing. This is big stuff here.
SHAC meet is the place to do personal records, absolutely.
Again, how good is our number one finisher? How good is that number?
She's a very strong thrower. SHAC champion once again. I think she'll do well next week at the district.
Well, and I'm not sure that we went through these. I'll talk about this real quick. Last week, Paris is a repeat winner from last year. I shouldn't have said last week. Last year, she threw for 34 feet 4.5 inches, and she once again is the champion here tonight as well. And then on high jump, Hallie Haynes was also a repeat champion. Last year, she was champion, of course, jumping for Fairfield. And long jump will have a new winner. Last year was Sierra Kendall, and Sierra graduated, of course. And we need to mention the long jump has been suspended to this point. And their intention is to compete yet tonight. Of course, they're doing it because of weather. And with the weather what it is, they're worried about the slick conditions and the like, so they're going to see if they can't get in later. We have... as you can probably see out there, it is pretty much quit raining. They're participating right now in the boys' high jump, I believe.
If they want to see if their audience wants to see the results, they can look at this QR code. It's on Ohio Mile Split. I'll hold that up there for a second.
And that's accessible to anyone. So,
yes.
I mean, you can
live results as they come in.
And you can look at those. And, of course, if you don't have the opportunity to do that, we will continue to give those as well.
Okay. We've got boys long jump results, too, whenever you're ready.
Okay. Go ahead.
All right. I'll get down. I'll do personal records first. Caden Schweitzer from Eastern, personal record of 13.3 inches. Cody Abrams from Lynchburg Clay, personal record of 14 feet 1 inch. And then we'll go into the points that go towards the team standings for the end of the day. In 8th place with 1 point from West Union, Trey Bracken, 15 feet 11 inches. 7th place for 2 points from Fairfield, James Duncan, 16 1.5. 6th place with 3 points from Eastern, Eli Beath, 16 feet 2 inches. 5th place, 4 points for North Adams Green Devils, Caleb Eldridge, and this is also a personal record for him, 18 feet 3.5 inches. 4th place, 5 points, Corey Reed from Peebles, 19 feet 4.5 inches. 3rd place, 6 points from White Oak, Tyler Westner, and this is a personal record for him, 19 feet 6.5 inches. Personal record for Logan Beeler from White Oak as well. He's in 2nd place, 8 points, 19 feet 11 inches. And in 1st place from Peebles, gaining his team 10 points and a personal record, 20 feet and 11 inches, Christopher Olfey.
And what was that length, please, Phil?
Pardon?
What was the length on that one again, please, on the last one?
On the winner.
On the winner.
Was Christopher Olfey. Olfey, is it Oldfield? I'm not for sure if part of this got left off. I was thinking his name was Oldfield. That's why I said
okay.
Yes, it is Oldfield.
Okay.
I believe.
He was the winner from Peebles, personal record 20 feet 11 inches, boys long jump.
And to give you an idea, Ryland Wyckoff was last year's champion with a 20 feet 2 inches. So besting that by 9 inches is a pretty nice number.
And that was much better weather over last year.
Yeah. Exactly.
For the top 3 to have personal records on a day like today, and then they suspend it for the girls, that it tells you true athletes there.
And we certainly appreciate Skylar for he's out in the rain with a remote camera. The high jump continues, but we apologize. But, folks, we can't control the weather. The weather's controlling what's happening, what's not happening, and we still have lots of events to go. And they're beginning to run a little bit behind now, aren't they? They were projecting to start the running events at 5:45. Looks to me like the field events will go into that time, won't it?
I think it's going to happen, and they just made first call for the first running event. So I think they're going to go ahead and go with the running events, even though the field events are still going on.
Right, and I was already forewarned that would happen, and we will continue to report results. We just won't have as much, and again, we have struggled with video because of the weather, some of our camera angles and the like for the field events. You can see now we have a picture up now for the discus area, but as we speak, the boys are competing in the high jump as well. As a matter of fact, I think that's probably pretty close to being finished.
Okay, boys discus is about. Yep, that's what we're watching now.
So you want to give the participants in that one, please?
Sure can. All right, so we got Cash Blagg from Lynchburg, Andrew Bahi of Ripley, Ashton Bain of Lynchburg, Lucas Bellamy of Fayetteville, Brant Crosley of Fayetteville, Hunter Ridenhour of Ripley, Grant McClanahan of Manchester, Garrett Moran of Eastern, Lane Bailey of Eastern, Caleb Vitterick of Fairfield, Briley Mills, West Union, Isaac Burns of Fairfield, Peyton Mason of Peebles, Jackson Tedford of White Oak, Wyatt Smart of Peebles, Mason Gillum, Manchester, Seth Evans of White Oak, Cameron McCann of North Adams, and Caleb Diatley of North Adams.
And for you folks, as you're watching it and as you're listening in, to put a benchmark, last year's champion of the discus was Caleb Diatley from North Adams High School. He threw 98 feet 8 inches, and that's the mark at which we've got now coming in here so far, Travis. And these are records that are turned in by their coaches individually. Maybe they're high for the season, maybe they're average high. How does that match up with the competitors tonight?
That's well, he's tremendous. He's improved tremendously this year. His throw coming in this year is 129 feet 8 inches. So he's improved 30 feet.
My goodness. That's a number now, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Now, how does that compare to who the other people competing? He's considerably ahead of everybody else.
He's over 20 feet longer than the second and third coming in. Second, third, and fourth are around 100 feet, 105. So he's about 20, 25 feet ahead of them.
Well, and again, remember, we're talking about 10 schools here. So we've got last year's champion coming here, again, Caleb Diatley. He is up to 10 feet ahead of everyone else in 10 schools, and that's a pretty neat number.
Yeah. But like we've read results coming already, there's already been personal records, so there could be personal records at any time.
Well, and if you talk about, again, the weather and how it's affected things, and fortunately, thank goodness it's not raining right now, but you talk about an issue where slick hands, little water on the disc, water on the spin surface, boy, could that make a difference.
Yeah, absolutely. You can, you dry it off, and if it's still raining, it's going to get wet again. It's going to be a little slick, little slippery coming out of the hand, but now's a good time to throw while it's dry, and we're dry right now.
Yeah, we got to be careful that we don't talk about that too much.
Yeah,
I'm a little bit, I'm not tremendously into good luck, bad luck, all those things, superstition, but let's not talk about it. We like what's happening right now. But we are preparing. It's just moments away, about 7-8 minutes away where we start the field events. And I noticed Athletic Director Jared Jodry from Eastern went by. We probably shouldn't diss him like we did Maya and
right.
Jason.
Nope.
We'll be nicer to him because he's from Eastern. No, I'm kidding, folks. Boy, will I catch trouble for that remark. But no, we like them all. We have a lot of fun with the administrators from all these schools, and they're so supportive. And to that point, Jimmy Barnett here tonight and the IT folks at Fairfield High School, they made it possible for us to do what we're doing here tonight. And boy, do we appreciate them, because we've got better service here for our broadcast than we've had in any other location we've ever done. And it's really good stuff. It makes it possible for all you folks that are home or wherever you are to watch us. And again, if you know of anybody else that wants to watch it, they can watch this on their phone. It doesn't have to be on a computer. It can be on a computer, a smart TV. They can watch it on their phone, watch it on your tablet. Also, keep in mind, if you're watching it on Facebook, you can also watch it on YouTube. And you can, even better than that, you can watch it on our website, Goodguysradiotv.com. Goodguysradiotv.com. We found traditionally that the picture's a little better on that. And not only that, but you can go back and watch it as it's archived. You can go back and watch it any place, any time. Looks like we're also looking at, what is that, boys shot put that they're getting set for?
Looks like they're warming up, yeah.
And why don't we talk about those participants if we could?
Okay. We have Lane Bailey of Eastern, Cash Blagg of Lynchburg. We have Trevor Masson of Fayetteville, Ashton Bain of Lynchburg, Cameron Walters of Ripley, Garrett Moran of Eastern, Nate Raines of White Oak, Emerson Miller, Ripley, Caleb Viderick of Fairfield, Michael Gress of White Oak, Mason Gillum of Manchester, Logan Nera of Manchester, Isaiah Dowers of Fayetteville, Bradley Mills, West Union, Isaac Burns of Fairfield, Wyatt Johnson of North Adams, Caleb Diatley of North Adams, Connor Boatman of Peebles, and Nathaniel Cummings of Peebles. Those last two Peebles are really close to each other, about 39 feet within inches.
And that's on the
shot put.
And again, from last year's winner shot put was Connor Boatman from Peebles. He has a chance to repeat, and his winning length was 36 feet 4 inches. So it's quite possible he could best that. And, of course, he has the opportunity to repeat, and or someone has a chance to knock him off. And but, again, it's interesting, so many underclassmen that have performed so well at so many of these events. We'll take another quick break. We'll be back after this on Good Guys Radio TV.
To keep your vehicle in top running performance, you need an auto parts store that provides the best in automotive repair. OK Auto Parts is your local auto parts store at 123 North Main Street in Peebles, Ohio. They have a huge selection for all your auto needs. Open Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. and Saturday from 8 to 5. Stop in today or call 937-587-3970. That's OK Auto Parts on Main Street in Peebles.
At Southern Hills Community Bank, we take great pride in building strong relationships with our customers. We're dedicated to providing the best products and services to fit your needs, like checking and savings, home and auto loans, plus ATM and debit cards, online banking, bill pay, and mobile banking with mobile deposit. Visit southernhillscommunitybank.com or stop by any of our 8 convenient locations. We want to be your bank. Southern Hills Community Bank, member FDIC and equal housing lender. Customer service with a difference.
It takes a lot of energy to create a successful high school athletics program, and often is more than team coaches and school officials can do alone. That's why school athletic booster programs are so important. The Fairfield Athletic Boosters would like all concerned adults to show their school pride and say good luck, Fairfield Lions and Lady Lions, and congratulations, and have a great season. Go Lions! From the Fairfield Athletic Boosters.
Welcome back again, ladies and gentlemen, Good Guys Radio TV. And I'm sure you notice you're watching our broadcast. There's a lot of folks that stepped up to support our broadcast here tonight. I want to make special mention of Southern Hills Community Bank, Fairfield Athletic Boosters, National Bank of Adams County, as well as Naylor Orthodontics, all making it possible for us to be here. We should mention that as well. We are at Fairfield High School. Fairfield High School, one of 10 schools in the Southern Hills Athletic Conference, of course, and each year it rotates around. Travis, let's talk about the facility here. This is a relatively new facility. It hadn't been that long ago. That Fairfield did not even have a track facility.
They were, same boat as some other schools.
And this is a nice facility, isn't it?
Yes, it is. And they keep adding to it. They added concessions. I think they added lighting. So Wi-Fi out here. I think they got Wi-Fi. They have a weight room for their athletes now in that little building. So they keep adding to it. It's a real nice facility.
Well, and as we're talking here, let's take a look at the boys' high jump is continuing. I want to talk about the participants there and what's happening there.
Let's name them again. We have Odin Combs of Eastern. We have Eli Beath of Eastern. Braden Boone of Ripley. Gage White of North Adams. Last week, White Oak. Logan Beeler of White Oak. Grady Neckley of Peebles. Lane Martin of North Adams. Christopher Oldfield of Peebles. Yeah, it's ran off there, hadn't it?
And that looks like a North Adams jumper just went over the bar there. Well, actually, it was a miss, but it was at least an attempt. It looks like they're a fairly tall height, so it must be nearing the completion, I would think.
Yeah, and it looks like we have 3 athletes left.
Looks that way. And at this height, at least in the past, that's nearing 6 foot, a little less than 6 foot. It'll be in the 5'6" to 5'10" range, I would guess, wouldn't it be?
Yes.
Oh, they did finish. That is the
Oh,
finals.
it's done. Okay.
Okay,
We'll
excellent.
have the results here.
Yeah, we'll give you those results shortly.
I'll run through the participants in the girls' discus coming up. Have Heaven Garrett of Lynchburg, Pasha Garrett of Lynchburg, Jesselyn Hughes of Ripley, Jaden Breeze of Manchester, Avery Jakeway, Fayetteville, Candace Garrison of Eastern, Madison Hopper of Ripley, Shelby Weekly of West Union, Alexis Cohen of West Union, Brianna Walker of White Oak, Paris Priest of Fairfield, McKinley Cox of Fairfield, Kiera Scott of Peebles, Shauna Brown of White Oak, Eden Bosco of North Adams, and Emily Mormon of Eastern coming in with a top throw of 100 feet, 11 inches.
Okay. Well, and one thing we were talking about, the Fairfield facility here, part of what drives where this track meet is held is the facility, and it's kind of limited by who has lights, and there aren't very many track facilities in the league that have lights, and of course they do here at Fairfield. Last year was in Manchester, and I mentioned this earlier, Travis, and I did not mean this, and I hope nobody took it that way as a criticism. I think it's interesting, it's unique. White Oak has no track facility, and yet they have a very competitive track team. And what I mean by pointing that out, all of the facilities in these small schools, it's a big deal to have a track facility like this, isn't it?
Absolutely. It's an advantage. You can participate your events at the track and all events. You don't have to find some implements or some way to finagle the hurdles and the relay marks or the high jump, the long jump, or you can actually practice the events.
Well, and in addition to that, when we talk about Fairfield, relatively new facility, this is not a cheap undertaking, is it?
Absolutely not. The track surface itself could be $250,000. So,
well, and when you talk about, I know White Oak just purchased or is in the process of purchasing some land to go ahead and build a facility. That's quite an undertaking. They're facing a pretty good mountain to climb, aren't they?
Yes, they did purchase it last year, and hopefully that will continue to move forward in that direction.
Now, are they the last ones in the league? They are, aren't they?
Yes.
That doesn't have a track facility, but again, done very well. And the only sport that you can talk about, and there's several that use extended facilities, and I'll use as an example bowling. You don't have to have a school facility, but you still have to have a facility in bowling alleys. The only other sport that actually the schools, again, where I'm going with this is people talk about athletic boosters and raising money of the kind. It's an expensive endeavor having high school sports. So the only one I can think of that you don't would be cross country, right?
That's right. Golf, you have to go somewhere to play too,
right.
as well.
But in some form or fashion, you have to have a formal facility.
Yes.
And other than, like we said, bowling or golf, I think that's probably the only choice. It's not a cheap endeavor, is it?
No.
And the other thing with track, every so many years you have to resurface.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm speaking 10 to 15 years ago, it was $10,000 for one in Adams County. And I'm sure it's a lot more than that now, especially with the pandemic and price of oil and everything now to get all that stuff
materials
that they put in glue and all that kind of good stuff they use to resurface those and reline them and put all the new marks on them.
Travis, let's take a look. We're looking at the
girls
shot put right now. That looks like a Ripley contestant there.
So they're still competing. They started, oh no. I thought we had the results on that.
I did too. I think this is guys. I'm not sure that's girls. I just glanced up there real quick when I said girls. I think it may be boys. Let's look and see. But again, is that the last result?
Oh, she's just the measuring. Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
I thought she was throwing.
Yes, it is boys.
Boys.
It's boys.
Okay.
There's an Eastern participant.
I thought she was throwing. She was measuring.
And again, this looks like it's getting up toward the upper end of the participants, I would think.
Let's see. Yep.
And there's, did we go over all the participants in this one?
Yes, we did.
Just a comment, I know West Union went to Valley for the shot put this year. They had a boy over there from Valley that was throwing 67 something. He was putting it against the backboard on the far end of the thing. This is a high school boy.
Now that's a bit. When we're looking at, when you look at the pit there, you can see how far that last throw was short of the end line. So you can imagine what 67 feet would be from there. That's a chunk. Something we haven't talked about, Travis, there's a lot of kids that go on to participate in college from track, aren't there?
Absolutely. That's an opportunity to get a scholarship. If you can excel in track, you can absolutely compete somewhere.
Okay, basically the process, we talked about this a little earlier. Why don't you describe the form here, what they are required to do when they actually throw the shot put?
You have to keep it against their neck, and it's got to come off that area as they put it out there. They don't throw. It's not a throw, it's a put. That's why they call it the shot.
It's what the best way to describe it, you straighten your arm, right?
Push it out, yes. It's like a push. Yep.
And it's not necessarily a natural motion, so it is a learned.
Mm-hmm. It's, again, something you have to practice. Looks like our 4x8 has started.
Yes. Let's talk about the 4x8 if we could.
Okay. I didn't hear a gun or anything.
I didn't either. And a 4x8, what we're talking about, 4x800.
All right, so we're switching to the 4x8. We've got running events have started. So girls 4x8, we have West Union, North Adams, Fairfield, Eastern, and Lynchburg. 5 teams, 5 girl teams.
And right now it looks like West Union is in front with, is that North Adams?
Yes.
And North Adams just passed West Union. They will actually make the exchange
at the starting line.
Yeah, at the starting line.
Each runner runs 2 laps for 800 meters.
Yeah, I didn't hear a gun of any kind.
I did not either.
And looks like West Union retook the lead, and we're on the first leg of the 4x800. And again, 4, let's not assume everybody knows what that means. There'll be 4 participants in the team. It is a team event. And yes, that looks like the first lap. So we saw the first lap is what we saw. So this will be the second lap coming around. No, it is the first lap. Yes.
First leg.
The second leg. First leg. And here we'll see the exchange. And it looks like Peebles is in the lead. Is that North Adams in second and West Union in third?
Yep. I think Fairfield slipped in there. Yep.
Was that Fairfield,
yeah,
not Peebles?
Fairfield, yes.
It is Fairfield, not Peebles. It's challenging sometimes because some of the
same
schools have
colors.
the same.
Yeah. So we got Fairfield in front, North Adams and West Union all right there together in a pack.
And again, this is the second league. Why don't we give the teams for those 3 teams anyway, the 4 participants?
Okay. So let's see. We have West Union. No names there. Recorded. North Adams, we have Caitlin Berger, Hunter Grooms, McKenna Shelton, and Tatum Grooms. For Fairfield, Kennedy Zink, Kendall Welling, Madeline Wiseman, and Jenny Trent. For Eastern, we have Ruthie Barrow, Katie Massey, Etta Moore, Gabby Lamb. And for Lynchburg, we have Jada Maxfield, Erin Dickman, Claudia Etchen, Samantha Mary.
And we're talking 4x800. As Travis said, they'll run 800 yards, split among 4 participants for each team. And Travis, could talk about strategy. There's a lot of strategy when you start talking about the relay events, isn't there?
Yes. Its strategy could be where you want your fastest runners. Do you want them first, second, third, fourth? You want it, you have to have a strong finisher. So you got to decide. The coach has to figure that out. You have to have a runner, an athlete that can get you maybe out in the lead. So that could be has to be a strong runner. So, but they don't have to be all equal. you just have to strategically place them to position them for the best.
You as a coach, did you like your best runner last?
Just depends. Sometimes I put them second. Like I was saying, there was some of my fastest ones. I like to maybe try to get out in front, put them in the lead. There were sometimes I went fastest to slowest just to try that. We won several times doing that. But then yes, I put my last first or the fastest last, and they could chase them down. Just depends on what kind of it changes every year. So it depends on the athlete. If you got someone that can track somebody down, then you want to put them last. But if you got someone that can go out first, get us first place. So it just depends on the athletes you have.
Well, I have to think part of the strategy, if you don't want to, as we talk about, you don't want to dig yourself a hole. You don't want to start out and be way behind for your second, third, and fourth runners to try to play catch up, right?
That's right.
That has to have a psychological effect among those. And as you can see, they're really in this length of a race, the teams are really starting to stretch out now.
I would say North Adams and West Union both have lapped at least some of the runners.
Yeah, and boy, West Union is really running strong right now. West Union and North Adams, for that matter. And we have a runner from West Union has made up, I think if I'm following it correctly, has made up a deficit for North Adams, has re-caught North Adams and is now passing. But it's interesting, here we have the psychological thing. The West Union runner passes North Adams, and suddenly she speeds up, and that gap doesn't lengthen, does it?
No. It's just momentum, helps you want to stay with that runner in front, not lose that space.
Well, you got to be thinking, where'd you come from, right?
That's right.
You're not supposed to do that.
Another thing, you don't want to look back. You can hear the steps without looking back.
And this is your leaders coming past up to the finish line where we'll have another transfer. That's West Union in front, North Adams in second. This will be the third leg for those two teams coming up. Looks like Fairfield remains in third, but they're a distance back now. Fairfield almost a quarter lap back from West Union, North Adams. The race, at least currently, is between North Adams and West Union. And again, West Union continues to lead, but just by a slight margin, right?
Yeah, right there. North Adams right on her shoulder. So
now, is there a race that's more difficult than others, you think? Guess it depends on which one you like, right?
Well, yeah. I mean, I always thought the 400 was the toughest. It's pretty much a sprint all the way around one lap.
Individual 400.
Yes.
And again, I always find it interesting that you actually have people that run the 4x8 and then turn around and run, I don't know, the 400
hurdles.
or whatever. Yeah, the hurdles. And
Yep.
how you can recover quickly enough to do that, I'll never understand.
I've had several do that. I've had some girls that would run the 8. For girls, it's something you can do. It's not really all that hard to do. You got a little rest time. But, yep, North Adams.
North Adams has retaken the lead. Looks like, about 100 yards lead now. And this will be the fourth leg. Is this correct?
Yep,
this is the anchor leg. This is going to be the decision these last two laps as North Adams makes the transfer there, you can see. And now West Union coming in to make the exchange as well. And the West Union runner has a bit of a hill to climb as North Adams has taken off at a pretty good pace. And again, as Phil said, you still see some of the teams being lapped. And it's not necessarily a bad thing. It just is what it is when you get in competition, isn't it?
That's right.
The other thing that's a technique on relay races, you've got to learn how to pass that baton, and you've only got so long a distance to do that in. And as Travis can tell you, there's a technique to do it. You don't want to drop it because you're losing time.
That's right. It's going to be a quick exchange, and you have about a 20-meter zone, they call it.
Well, and as you can see there, West Union is closing slightly, but right now, no, I take that back. North Adams is actually extending that lead, and I'm not sure if those runners are in order. Do you have any idea?
Well, if they got 1, 2, 3, 4 here beside them, so it could be Tatum Grooms from North Adams and West Union. No names on their sheet.
So here we go for the final lap as North Adams comes to the finish line, and they will round one more lap. West Union is closing slightly now, and West Union an opportunity. But, again, strategically, that's going to have to be done pretty much in the first half, isn't it? First half of this lap?
Yes.
You don't win many of the races that last 100 feet, right?
She's going to have to start making her move if she plans to.
And the North Adams runner seems to be very, very comfortable. Doesn't seem to be running really hard.
Running very relaxed. Strong, looking back just to see where she's at.
But the North Adams runner is not Tatum Grooms.
Okay.
She ran an earlier.
Okay, so then
going by the.
So they're not in order for sure.
Yeah. I would say normally, from what I recall over the season, she's been their anchor, but
not today.
Doesn't look like it today.
Okay.
And to give you an idea of the distance, Fairfield in third place is just now going their final exchange. So you've got North Adams and West Union far ahead of the rest of the pack. And it's going to be North Adams winning the championship or the 4x800. West Union obviously finishing with no shame in their finish, but boy, what a nice showing for North Adams.
Yes, very strong.
And you can hear it in the background, and it's going to be North Adams. And can we get a time on that?
10:44.
10:44. Now, how does that compare to what we had in the past?
Much fast. It went to 0, so I don't know if that's 10:44 or yeah, it is. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's much faster than what they submitted.
Yeah.
11:10 is what they put in submitted.
Yeah, and to give you an idea, last year finished at 10:45.
Pretty consistent.
0.7. Pretty consistent, yeah. Last year's winners, by the way, we'll mention that Maya Toole, Kristen Campbell, Caitlin Berger, McKenna Shelton, and some of those are participating again this year. But North Adams was the champions again last year. They repeat here from the SHAC League meet as they repeat again as winners in the 4x800. We'll take a quick break. We're back. More events coming to you from Fairfield High School and the SHAC Country.
At the National Bank of Adams County, we have a lot more than money invested in Adams County. We've invested our time, our interests, our heritage. We were born here and have been an important part of this community for years. That's why we can offer financial services that truly meet your needs. If you're looking for a bank that keeps its focus local, look to us at 218 North Market Street in West Union. We're ready to help you grow your business or your family, and that will help this community grow as well.
The National Bank of Adams County, keeping it local. Member FDIC and equal housing lender.
The Naylor Orthodontics team is honored to be able to create positive changes for their patients. They understand that your life can be transformed through orthodontic care. Some of the options available at Naylor include clear and metal braces for children, teens, and adults, Invisalign, and self-ligating braces. Naylor Orthodontics has 2 locations in Maysville and West Union. If you have been thinking about orthodontic treatment for yourself or a loved one, call and schedule a complimentary consultation today. Dial 606-564-9494.
Adams County Self-Storage knows that there's plenty of different reasons you may be looking for a little extra room to put things. Your college-age kid comes home for the summer and brings along their new ping pong table. You finally decided to take down the decorations after celebrating Christmas in July, or maybe you're still holding on to all those Thai beanie babies that are definitely going to be worth something someday. Whatever your needs, Adams County Self-Storage has got you covered. They've got units ready to rent at their West Union location right behind the Grandview Outlet. Call 937-892-0016. That's 892-0016.
Team sports teach the young men and women of our community how to work together to achieve a common goal. They also reinforce other character traits such as respect, dedication, and self-discipline. The family of Wallace Thompson Funeral Homes with locations in Peebles, Seaman, and Winchester salute the teams of the Southern Hills Athletic Conference and wish you the best of luck. The family of Wallace Thompson Funeral Homes, providing the care and service that you and your family deserve.
The Adams County Christian School is now offering open enrollment for ages 3 and 4 for their preschool program. With a full day of Christ-centered curriculum for your preschooler, Adams County Christian School is a faith-based environment located on Rice Drive in West Union. To register your child, you can go online to www.eaglesaccs.com or call 937-544-5502 today.
Welcome back. Good Guys Radio TV. It's the SHAC Track. SHAC Track competition for 2023. We just completed the 4x800 girls style. And, Phil, you have results for the high jump for boys, correct?
Boys high jump. In 6th place, 3 points for White Oak. We have Logan Beeler at 5'2". For Gage White, there was a tie for 4th, actually for everything except the top distance. Everybody's at getting 5.75 points. We got Gage White from North Adams. We have Grady Kennelly from Peebles, Lane Martin from North Adams, and Linus Wick from White Oak, all at 5'2", and 10 points in first place, Christopher Oldfield from Peebles at 5'4".
And might mention, by the way, it's Linus Wick from Sweden.
That's right.
Sweden?
Exchange student, yes.
Yes, exchange student. That's pretty cool.
Yes.
Which, by the way, they can participate. Did you write those down? I think you did, Travis. Can you give those again real quick?
I didn't write that.
Okay.
Height.
If we could just give those again real quick, Phil.
Okay, and 6 with 3 points, Logan Beeler at 5'2". And then till we get to first, everybody else is tied. Gage White from North Adams at 5'2". Grady Kennelly from Peebles at 5'2". Lane Martin from North Adams at 5'2". These are all getting 5.75 points. Linus Wick also at 5'2", 5.75 points. And then in first place, Christopher Oldfield from Peebles at 5'4", gaining his team 10 points.
Well, and once again, last year's winner for the high jump was Jacob Campbell. Jacob, no, that can't be. That's not correct. But that can't be right.
I printed that out. Let me see if I can find it.
It's got to be 5'10", I believe, is what it probably is. Jacob Campbell. Now, the 4x800 boys, I believe, is what's up next. Is that right?
Yep.
And it has started.
Yes.
And I still did not hear a gun. It did not. I still did not hear a gun, but it has started. We want to give the participants for this one, please, Travis.
Yes, we have White Oak, Wade Evans, Evan Diatley, Landon Iyer, Weston Blair. We have North Adams, Jimmy Hickey, Dalton Pence, Ryan Reed, Tyler Reed, Peebles, Landon Asher, Xavier Scott, Carter Vogler, and Hayden Crum. We have Team Manchester, Connor Darnell, Ryan Mack, Austin Jones, Ryan Butcher Rains. Eastern, we have Maxwell Castile, Kyle Gorton, Preston West, and Mason Nye. West Union has a team, and Lynchburg, Derek Smith, Wyatt Osborne, Ralston Green, and Kyler Fight.
And are they even using a gun? I swear there was no gun that went off.
Must not be.
Would it be possible that they're just doing it manually? Wouldn't think so, right?
I would think a gun would start the timer, but it might be something new.
Well, let's talk about that. This is actually a professional timing company, isn't it?
Yes.
And one of the gentlemen there walking in front of us, somehow it's radio controlled, and the junior high when they still shot a gun each time, but somehow it and that radio wave and whatever that goes to the timer back at the finish line, it's all coordinated to make the clock start.
As the first leg is finishing at the finish line, that's Manchester in the lead, White Oak in second, not far behind North Adams, and that is Fairfield again, is it not, or is that Peebles?
That is Peebles.
And then that is Lynchburg Clay coming in, and West Union to follow. As the wind is really starting to pick up, working on our equipment, to say the least. It's fun broadcasting outdoors. It certainly is. But you can see as we've got a camera on the lead runner. That's Manchester in the lead. And next up,
White Oak.
White Oak? Yeah, that's White Oak. And then North Adams. And again, Peebles. And looks like West Union has overtaken Lynchburg Clay and is now in fourth place.
They're going to have a little headwind now coming.
Yeah, the wind is picking up. And again, they'll go 4 participants doing 800 yards total. Not each, but total. So here comes Manchester, and that runner will, each one of these runners will run another lap. As North Adams is closing on White Oak, and White Oak's closing on Manchester a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
And
they're all starting to bunch up.
And that's not that unusual when you get a relay, is it?
No.
Especially a long one.
No, but you got different, again, teams play different strategies. You could have a slower runner running second or a faster runner, and then get you up front.
As we can see, North Adams again, North Adams is overtaking the White Oak runner, but the White Oak runner is actually doing a good job of holding him off, isn't he?
Right now, he is. He's doing a good job. They're both catching the Manchester.
Yes, they are both. And that's interesting because the back end runner could be pushing the one in front to accomplish that.
Yes. Here they come around the corner.
And this is the, they'll get the transfer.
Yes.
The handoff on this lap.
Yep.
There's 2 more legs yet to go.
They're going to fight the headwind, and this is where you got to dig.
White Oak and North Adams finishing right ahead of Manchester. Watch the transfer, see if it's clean. White Oak gets a good clean transfer. North Adams as well. Manchester a little sloppy on the transfer, and that might hurt a little bit. And that's
Might
Peebles.
lost a second there.
Yeah, Peebles coming in at 4th. They'll get a good transfer. In 5th is West Union. At this point, coming around in 6th position will be Lynchburg Clay.
A good battle out front.
As White Oak and North Adams continue practically head-to-head, aren't they? What, a stride at most?
Yes.
Separating the two. And they're about to lap the trailing participant. And again, White Oak continues to hold the lead, followed by North Adams. North Adams, so closing here as we go to the finish line for their second lap of this leg. Remember, there's another leg to go, so there's still 3 laps to go in the relay. Manchester still hanging in there in 3rd. Peebles is in 4th. And White Oak is starting to extend the lead. This is the second lap of the 3rd leg as North Adams is starting to drop back. And Travis, again, strategically, especially in boys, he doesn't want to drop back much further than that, does he?
No, he's going to try to hold on as much as he can to keep his anchor close to the finish.
Because much more than that, no matter how good your anchor is, he's not going to make it up, is he? White Oak sitting in a very good position as we go to the anchor leg here. White Oak rounding the final turn with 2 laps to go with the final leg. And watch for the transfer again. And here comes the White Oak runner. He looks real comfortable, doesn't he?
Yeah. That's laying the Nair, White Oak.
And White Oak, here comes the transfer. Good clean transfer, and now you've got the anchor leg for White Oak off, and now here comes North Adams for their transfer, trailing in 2nd. Peebles now coming in 3rd, as Manchester has dropped to 4th now. And White Oak is extending their lead, and boy, this is going to be a win for White Oak, isn't it?
Looks that way. Peebles making it.
Going to be
trying to make a run for 2nd.
Going to be nearly a quarter lap win here, isn't it? If he can hang on to this kind of margin, there's still 1 lap to go. White Oak now rounding for the final lap.
Lynchburg on the exchange. And West Union on the exchange.
And now here comes North Adams going into their final lap as well. They're in 2nd place. The next runner you'll see come around will be Peebles. They're sitting in 3rd place, and Manchester starting to close again a little bit, as they're in 4th. Manchester was led early in the race. And again, White Oak looks like they're going to win it by almost a quarter lap, aren't they?
Yes. So Manchester, that's a case where they could have front-loaded their relay.
And that, I guess conceptually what you're doing there is you're trying to jump out to a big lead,
and try to hold on.
psychologically and just try to hold them off, right?
Yep.
And here comes White Oak. This will be your champion. This will be your league champion, as White Oak on the verge of repeating as champions of the Southern Hills Athletic Conference. Looks like a time of around 9 even. And last year's relay was at 9:27, so that's a nice improvement, isn't it?
Improvement, yep.
Last year was Landon Iyer, Evan Diatley, Wade Evans, and Weston Blair. Here comes North Adams in second. They're finishing. About 20 seconds behind, right?
And Peebles?
Yes, and then Peebles coming in third. And all three of those, and Peebles finishing in a time that was just off last year's championship, only 3 seconds off last year's championship. That's a pretty interesting concept, isn't it?
Yeah. Teams have improved that much this year, from year to year.
30 seconds is a big improvement,
big improvement.
in an 800, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
But, yeah, that's big time. Good job for White Oak. And what's our next event? What do we
have
got?
The girls 100-meter hurdles, 100-meter hurdles.
And that'll be right here in front of us. Now, it's going to take us a couple of minutes to complete this. We'll take a quick break. Phil probably has some more results for us. And we'll be back and tell you more about what's going on from the SHAC Track meet right after this on Good Guys Radio TV.
Who is Barry Chevrolet? Why don't you ask your friends and neighbors? Because after 70 years, 4 generations in the automotive industry, odds are we've made a happy customer out of somebody you know. Hard-working, proud Americans drive Chevrolets, and that's why we sell them at Barry's. Hats off to everybody driving a Silverado truck. You're my kind of people. Barry Chevrolet, your best deal dealer.
ProGen's next-generation technology flooring is designed to stand up to the demands of modern life, and it's available now at the Winchester Carpet Outlet. Because ProGen is durable, waterproof, dimensionally stable, and easy to install, it can be used in any room, including rooms that are most prone to moisture and spills, like kitchens and baths. For top-quality flooring, service, and selection at prices that'll floor you, visit the Winchester Carpet Outlet, just off State Route 32 on Tri-County Road, just a few miles west of Winchester, Ohio, and online at winchestercarpetoutlet.com.
Our business is helping you grow. We're Baxter Tractor. We take care of you like family.
We've been growing since 1946. As your Kubota dealer, our focus is to help you grow today and into the future. Stop by one of our locations today, visit with our folks, and see our entire lineup of Kubota products.
Our business is helping you grow.
It takes a lot of energy to create a successful high school athletics program, and often it's more than team coaches and school officials can do alone. That's why school athletic booster programs are so important. The People's Indians Athletic Boosters would like all concerned adults to show their school pride. The People's Athletic Boosters would also like to wish the best of luck to the People's Indians and Lady Indians. Go Indians from the People's Athletic Boosters.
Welcome back.
Now.
Yeah, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Results we have are in for both the 4x800 girls, 4x800 boys, as well as.
Well, we've got the girls' final results. In 5th place for 4 points, Lynchburg Clay at a time of 15:07.87. That's Jaden Maxfield, Aaron Dickman, Claudia Etchen, and Samantha Mary. 4th place, 5 points from Eastern, Ruthie Barrow, Etta Moore, Katie Massey, and Gabby Lamb at 13.33.53. 3rd place, Fairfield, 6 points. Kennedy Zink, Madeline Weissman, Kendall Welling and Jenny Trent, 11:57.62. West Union with 8 points, 10.59.82. And in first place for North Adams with 10 points, Caitlin Berger, McKenna Shelton, Hunter Grooms, and Tatum Grooms, 10:45.74. And that's the winner. Your winner of the girls 4x800 is North Adams, followed by West Union, Leesburg, Eastern, and Lynchburg.
And as we were talking there, the hurdles, first heat for the girls' hurdles just went off, and there is a gun, right?
Yes, we heard it that time. That was Elizabeth Girth in lane 2, Sierra Creighton in lane, Elizabeth Girth of Peebles in lane 2, Sierra Creighton of Eastern in lane 3, Kiera Scott of Peebles in lane 4, Abby Lucas in Manchester in lane 5, Lily Randolph of West Union in lane 6.
All right. And how many, let's see, what
we got
would
2
it be?
heats.
Two
So
heats?
Next heat, we have Olivia Wright of North Adams in lane 1, Adriana Phillips of White Oak in lane 2, Miley Smith of West Union lane 3, Avery Teeters in Fairfield lane 4, Ann Murphy of Fayetteville lane 5, Madison Dunn of Manchester in lane 6, Reagan Newton of White Oak in lane 7, and Caitlin Colgate of Eastern in lane 8.
And they'll run 2 heats and then a final, is that correct?
This is finals, finals.
This is finals.
Yes.
Okay, so this will be the only time you'll see these kids run on these hurdles.
Well, back in the day, about 20 years ago when I first started coaching, they had 2-day SHAC meets. They had
that must have been fun with the weather, especially.
Tuesday, Thursday. Phil probably remembers. They had field events, all the field events on Tuesday, and then all prelims. So you had, the different heats.
Right.
And you would have a final on Thursday, but just running. So.
Well, and again, if you're just joining us, we have lots and lots and lots of events where we can showcase the kids and what they're doing and the how excellent they are at all these events for track in the Southern Hills Athletic Conference. 10 schools. And again, we just we'll have 2 heats in this, and I assume there'll probably be 2 heats in the boys as well, right?
There's just actually 1 heat. There's only 8 participants.
That's interesting. Wonder why.
I don't know. I had trouble some years getting boys to come and hurdle. So it's just much higher. It's 39 inches. Girls are 33. Actually, 33 inches. So I don't know. But there's 2 heats of girls, and what the times represent, your second heat is your fast heat. So you want to put actual times, accurate times. So if you have a fast runner, you want to make sure they're in the fast heat. Helps run faster, I'm sorry.
Why? Because they're being pushed by other participants and the like?
The competition.
And I always thought it was a challenge to go that fast without tripping over the hurdle. I mean, it's got to be a bit of a challenge.
Now, it does not make any difference whether the hurdle falls down as long as you get over it or as long as it kicks back up, or even if it falls down.
It can fall down as long as you kick it, but you can't push it with your hand. But you can actually step on it, bump it over, knock it over. But obviously, you try to avoid that. That just slows you down a little bit. But it does happen because you want to be low to the hurdle as possible, lowest to the hurdle as possible. You don't want to go over it like a deer. That's where you start floating. It's just like it's considered a step, really not a jump.
Well, and we talk about style and what technique. It's number of steps between.
Yep.
And a specific technique, and you actually, so to speak, don't even see the hurdles, do you?
Again, you're looking ahead. You're not looking at the hurdle. You're looking ahead. It's another fundamental practice. It's an event you have to practice a lot because it's all form based.
And I will admit to you, I'm not sure what we're waiting for.
I think they had some issues with the gun. I saw them coming down here.
That must be the reason we didn't hear the gun earlier. Maybe it's misfiring, so to speak. Yes. Again, let's one final time give the heat heat participants.
This is heat 2, the girls, 100-meter hurdles. Olivia Wright of North Adams in lane 1. Adriana Phillips of White Oak in lane 2. Miley Smith of West Union lane 3. Avery Teeters of Fairfield in lane 4. Ann Murphy of Fayetteville in lane 5. Madison Dunn of Manchester in lane 6, Reagan Newton of White Oak in lane 7, Caitlin Colgate of Eastern in lane 8.
If you want to keep track, last year's champion in the SHAC Track meet was Sierra Kendall from North Adams. She had a 15.73. 15.73 in the 110-meter race.
And she went on the hurdle, or the state with that time.
One thing about the officials in track, fairly high paid, but you're here a long time. But usually for the starter, it's his fee plus shells. And we were at a North Adams Invitational earlier in the season, and they probably went broke paying for shells because they had false starts and they didn't work. So.
Well, again, just informationally, this is a professional track service, I guess would be the best way to describe it, that's actually taken care of. And that's a good thing. Keeps everything above board. And there have been times where people protested times and the like and finishes and starts, right?
Yes. Now, they have a camera on the finish line to try to help with those things.
Looks like they're hopefully got it going here.
Yeah, and I don't know if they can see that on our camera angle, but they're actually taking a different unit down, a different piece of equipment, it looks like, down to the start line. You assume they have multiple pieces of those, as you can see them setting it up down at the start line. Again, they're technical difficulties. Who would think you'd have technical difficulties at a track meet, right? Did you have any results we did not get yet, Phil?
No, we do not. We've been over everything that's officially scored right at the moment.
Okay. And all 10 schools in the league, and by the way, this was not always true in the past, all 10 leagues and schools in the league are participating in the track meet.
Mm-hmm.
And there have been times, there was actually in the past, there were times where some schools didn't have a track team, wasn't there?
That's correct. Unfortunate.
But what's the next event following this one?
After this, we have the boys 110-meter hurdles. So that's one heat of the boys. Evan Diatley in lane 1 of White Oak. Christian Girth of Peebles in lane 2. Carson Bigger of Eastern in lane 3. Mason Sims and Peebles in lane 4. Coy Fogel, North Adams in lane 5. Tyler Rickendaler of North Adams in lane 6. Mason Nye of Eastern in lane 7. Aiden Crow of White Oak in lane 8. So that'll be coming up. They'll set the girls' hurdles are 33 inches. So they'll set the boys' hurdles up to 39 inches. They call that the high hurdles.
Well, and track meets have a tendency at times to go a little slow. That is not, from this point forward, that should not be the case. It should go pretty quickly, one after the other, each event.
Don, you alluded earlier to how hard it is to put on a track meet, especially when the hurdles, you got to have a lot of logistics to move them in and out. And on the track, there's all kinds of marks, so you got to know, for like Travis said, the next one's the 110 hurdle. So we got to move these hurdles. We got to raise them up. We got to move them to a different spot also before the boys run there. So there's a lot of logistics. And if you got all 8 lanes filled like we do here, yeah, it takes a little while.
Takes a hurdle crew, and like you said, you move them to a different point on the track because it is another 10 meters longer.
Well, and even though it's 10 meters longer, it's the same number of hurdles, though, correct?
That's correct.
And again, it looks like they're trying to calibrate the start and finish timer, as they seem to have trouble with the start. I see him working with it.
Just like in anything, technology's great when it works.
Boy, can we
when you want it to.
Boy, can we relate to that one.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah, it's good stuff. So.
Yeah, just think when you had a person for each lane with a stopwatch, and then they couldn't agree, or they didn't start it at the same time, or didn't end it when they were supposed to. Yeah.
Or they got the wrong. They both got the same lane, or they both got the same place, and I've seen it all.
And we will have to check and see on results, but earlier we informed you that they were suspending the girls' long jump.
I got to read those names. I haven't read those names yet. So the girls' long jump, when they participate, find those names.
And what it was is, if you're just joining us, folks, it was a downpour here. It was very, very wet, and we're making an assumption they were doing it because of safety, because of slick surface area.
So in girls long jump competing today will be Charity Buccaneer of Eastern, Desiree Kraft of Lynchburg, Avery Jakeway of Fayetteville, Reagan Renchen of Eastern, Lauren Grooms of West Union, Taylor McIntyre of North Adams, Maya McIntosh of Fairfield, Asha McElroy of West Union, Adelia Butler of Fairfield, Adriana Phillips of White Oak, Angel Gray of Peebles, Reagan Wyckoff of Manchester, Olivia Wright of North Adams, Autumn Wilkin of Lynchburg, and Peyton Johnson of Peebles.
We are officially under the lights.
Right, but yes, good point. This has got to be tough on those runners down there. They've all stretched out. They've all stretched up. They're warm. They're ready to go.
Yeah, they need to be maybe doing some run-through. Well, I would have my athletes doing some run-throughs just to keep warm. But this is not, not ideal.
Yeah, if you're just joining us, what we're experiencing right here is we're having some technical difficulty on the automatic timing machines, start-finish timing machines. Seemingly it continues because they're continuing to, and it looks like the timer is not reacting to the sound, the audio part, the way they're working on it. I see Michelle Gleam, bless her heart, the commissioner for the Southern Hills Athletic Conference. Back and forth she goes. She will have run the hurdles 3 or 4 times at this rate.
At least the 1,600.
Yes, there you go. Let's talk about the other events. What other events do we have coming yet?
So our schedule of events after the hurdles, we have the 100-meter dash, girls first for each event, and then we have the boys, and we have the 4 by 200 meter relay. So each person will run 200 meters halfway around the track. And then we have the girls and boys 1,600 meter run. The girls and boys 4 by 100 meter relay. So each person will run a fourth of a lap. Then the 400 meter dash, girls and boys. And then the 300 hurdles, 800 meter run, 200 meter dash, the 3,200 meter run, and then the 4 by 400 meter relay. So everybody runs 1 lap. That's our schedule of events.
And all of that yet to come. And as Phil said, the lights have come on here at Fairfield High School. We are also concerned it's not just the equipment and the kids getting cold, but we recognize, at least on the weather, it said there was a window, if you can believe our weather service. And I've noted they've gotten pretty good at it. There was a window of time we were going to be able to get this in. We really need, it's imperative we get this thing going here.
I know. It's looking black again behind us.
Yeah, because if you can believe the weather service, and I do, they do a pretty good job. It looked like we're going to have a window up till almost 9 o'clock, and it's closing on us right now. I'll tell you what, we're going to take a quick well, no, we'll keep it right here. It's all right, we'll keep it right here for now. I started to say we would take a break. That would not be true. Last year's event, by the way, was at Manchester, and we did that as a first attempt. This is only our second attempt at a track meet. We hope you enjoy our broadcast here. Our intentions are to get better every day. We'd like to be able to do that, and hopefully you'll stay with us and enjoy what we do. We will continue with this. We're told this is one of the more popular events that we have broadcast on Good Guys Radio TV. And again, we talk about the number of kids that participate in this. There's 10 schools. How many kids are actually on a track team? I know there's no specific number. It's not like basketball where you have like 12 or whatever.
Usually 10, 15 to 20 athletes could be on a track team.
And how many of those, and again, it's a general term, not a specific number, but generally how many of those that's the only sport they participate in?
They're probably maybe a fourth of them, I'd say. A lot of them are multi-sports athletes.
Right. And a lot of them, especially crossover between track and cross country, correct?
Yep, your distance runners, absolutely. It's sometimes it's expected, but not always the case. Some of them play baseball or whatever, but absolutely.
And unique to small schools, because most large schools would never allow what I'm about to mention now. You have often kids that are participating in multiple sports during the same season.
That's right. Yeah, sometimes it helps, finish or complete a team, make a team, and every little bit helps, and that's a good opportunity too. I mean, there's tremendous athletes in these students. And these students are tremendous athletes, so let them do it.
But that creates special problems as well, doesn't it?
It could, it could, but it can be worked out.
Phil, as
it's supposed to be worked out. Let's put it that way.
It can be worked out.
Depends on how agreeable the coaches are, right?
Well, sure, yeah. Some seasons, I guess it's easier than others,
Yeah,
but
exactly.
Well, and especially if you're a track coach and the participant that you're wanting to participate stays and doesn't get on the bus to go play softball.
Oh, I know.
It's easily worked out, right?
Yeah, that's right.
How many events in the league meet can each athlete be in? 4?
High school can participate in up to 4 events.
Okay.
Junior high, it's 3.
Okay. Because some people, I think, have the thing you can be in as many as you can stick them in, or they can stand to do. And
Nope.
I was pretty sure there was limits. I know junior high was 3.
Yeah, when they get to college, they can do that, but
Okay.
in high school, it's just 4, at least in Ohio for sure. I'm not sure about other states.
Do the rules, you mentioned other states, do the rules vary that much among states?
It could, I mean, just events. I know javelin's in Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
Yep, that's in Pennsylvania high schools. And so, I mean, I'd say hammer throws probably in some other states. So, I mean, there's some other college events you see that you don't see at the high school level, at least here in Ohio. But
well, we talked about club track earlier. Where do the kids have to go to participate in that? Where, Cincinnati, Columbus, whatever?
You talking about indoor track?
Yes.
They can go. Yes. Let's see.
Generally speaking, I mean they're going to have to travel. They're not
certain colleges, yeah. Certain colleges have indoor tracks. Otterbein, trying to think. Cedarville has indoor track. I know Wilmington was thinking about building one if they haven't built it yet. We used to go right across the river, Mason County. Kentucky's got an indoor track facility. Of course, Ohio State. There's several. A lot of them are more up north. Logan, I think, has an indoor track now.
Mm-hmm.
Logan
I
High
think
School
you're
there. But there's some traveling involved.
What's
indoor?
What's the difference in participating indoor track versus outdoors? Obviously, other than the weather and those kind of things.
Just again gives the kids an opportunity to continue to start their track season earlier. Events are a little different. They're a little short. Obviously, they're shorter. You can't run the 100-meter dash. You have to run maybe the 60-meter. But it's just another opportunity to get your track season started. And some of those athletes that don't play basketball, they can run indoor track.
What now? Of course, most people again may or may not know, but a lot of athletes, especially in some of the team sports like basketball and volleyball and the like, softball, baseball, they all start the kids pretty young. What's the youngest age? What do most of the kids start at track?
It just depends on what's available. Like if Fairfield would have a track, a track day for youth, they could come out and just run some of the little events, some sprints and some distance, not real long distance, but just try some things just to get access or get opportunity to try the track out and just see if they like it. It's just to make it fun.
Well, it's a bit controversial. You may or may not have heard, but at the Flying Pig Marathon in Cincinnati over the weekend, quite a bit of controversy over a 6-year-old participating. That does seem to be a bit young to run 28. Is it 28 or 26?
26.2, yeah.
That seems to be a bit of a distance for a 6-year-old.
It does seem like it for sure. Yeah, that seemed pretty young.
Yeah, I mean, I'm no expert, but that seems like that'd be tough to do at 6 years of age. On that note, now that I've really riled everybody up, we'll take a quick break. We'll be right back after this on Good Guys Radio TV.
Here at CMT Components, we believe a barn's a barn. That's why we deliver fast and easy post-frame barn packages. We build and deliver everything ourselves. Everything. Trusses, metal, windows, and doors. Just give us a call and get it delivered right to your job site. Call today.
That's 937-446-3400. Or visit our website, cmtcomponents.com. Our destination is excellence.
Dine in or order out at Maddie's Restaurant and Pizzeria in Sardinia. They've got a great variety of pizzas including Supreme, Hawaiian, or Chicken Bacon Ranch. You can also build your own personal pizza. Order regular or gluten-free crust, choose between spicy or original sauce, and pick from Maddie's list of 13 toppings. Or have your way with one of Maddie's 12 mouth-watering hoagies. And that's just the basics. Maddie's has a huge menu with so many things for you to try. If you're within a 15-mile radius from Sardinia, ask about delivery options. Follow Maddie's Restaurant and Pizzeria on Facebook. They're rated 4.9 stars for a reason.
Power through your to-do list and create a space that makes a splash. Save $20 on the FSA 38 trimmer or the BG50 blower. Real STIHL. Find yours.
The Fayetteville Athletic Boosters are proud to sponsor this coverage of the Fayetteville Rockets. The Athletic Boosters work hard behind the scenes to encourage their teams to do their best. The Rockets understand this and are dedicated to doing just that. Congratulations, your hard work and drive showed through. Whether basketball, volleyball, baseball, football, or any other sport, the Fayetteville Athletic Boosters say good luck, Rockets.
Tired of being stuck in an overpriced cell phone contract? Stop by Cricket Wireless in Mount Orb. With no annual contracts, you can pick a plan that fits your lifestyle. Cricket offers 4 lines of unlimited talk, text, and data for just $100 a month. Did I mention Cricket has fast and powerful nationwide 5G coverage? What are you waiting for? Head over to Cricket in Mount Orb and make the switch. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Just in time, all the technical problems are out of the way, and we're about to have our race. My timing was incorrect. It's the girls' hurdles, 100-meter hurdles.
Second heat.
Off. Second heat. And you can see, pretty competitive. It looks like North Adams. No, Fayetteville in front. Second would be their Peebles or Fairfield. It looks
That's
like
Fairfield.
Fayetteville won it going away, wasn't it?
Yes. That was Ann Murphy. And Fairfield was second.
No, that was the heat.
Avery Teeters.
Yeah, that was the heat. We have 2 heats. We'll have to wait for the official results, but it looks like Ann Murphy was probably the winner, right?
Yes.
Of the entire competition. Yep. They will now, as long as there was no faults, they will now reset all of the hurdles. And they'll raise them 6 inches. As you heard Travis talking about, they'll raise them 6 inches. They will also put them at a different distance between. And this will be the boys' hurdles. And from that, after we move from the hurdles, we'll start moving to the dashes, correct?
That's correct. 100-meter dash.
So who are we going to have in the boys running in the hurdles, please?
So, again, we have Evan Diatley in lane 1 from White Oak, Christian Girth of Peebles in lane 2, Carson Bigger of Eastern in lane 3, Mason Sims of Peebles in lane 4, Coy Fogel of North Adams in lane 5, Tyler Rickendollar of North Adams in lane 6, Mason Nye of Eastern in lane 7, Aiden Crow of White Oak in lane 8.
And what events will follow this? The hurdles. This one again will be the
100-meter dash.
110. This will be the 110 hurdles. There's only 1 heat, and then
the 100-meter dash. Girls, we have 3 heats. Boys, we have 3 heats.
And Phil, while we're doing this, let's go ahead and give the results from those field events a little earlier again, if we could, please. Let's take a look at what you have there, please.
Okay, we're going to start with the girls' high jump. 5th place, Caitlin Colgate from Eastern, 4.2. 4th place, Emma Crawford, 4.4 from West Union. 3rd place, Caitlin Berger at 4.6 from North Adams. 2nd place, Charity Buckamaneer from Eastern in 2nd place at 4.6, and in 1st place, Holly Haynes from here at Fairfield in 1st place with a jump of 4 foot 8 inches. For the boys' long jump, in 8th place, we had Trey Bracken from West Union at 15 feet 11 inches. In 7th place, James Duncan, 16 feet 1.5 inches from Leesburg. 6th place, Eli Beath from Eastern, 16 foot 2 inches. 5th place, Caleb Eldridge, 18 feet 3.5 inches. 4th place, Corey Reed from Peebles, 19 4.5 inches. 3rd place, Tyler Westner from White Oak, 19 6.5. 2nd place, Logan Beeler from White Oak, 19 feet 11 inches. And in 1st place from Peebles, Christopher Oldfield, 20 feet 11 inches.
And they're off in the 110-meter boys competition. This will be the only heat. Looks like Peebles is in front. Eastern is in second. And it looks like it's going to be Peebles winning it. Eastern coming in second. Just as a reminder, last year's 110 meters, it was Reese Teeters from Fairfield won it in a time of 17:04. And I don't know I didn't catch what the time was, or close to even what the time was there.
Let's see, it should come up pretty quick.
If they get all the technical difficulties. We've been experiencing technical difficulties. Hopefully that won't be some of them.
We've also got some new results from some of the other things.
Okay,
also.
Go ahead.
So the boys 4x800. In 7th place, Eastern at 11:39.27. That was Maxwell Castile, Kyle Gorton, Preston West, and Mason Nye. 6th place, West Union at 10:32.83. Lynchburg, 5th place, 10:20.09. That's Derek Smith, Wyatt Osborne, Ralston Green, and Kyler Fight.
And we're about to have the start. We'll finish that in a moment. We're about to have the start for
the 100-meter dash. It looks like they combined some heats. There's more girls in that heat.
And they're off. And again, this track meet will pick up pace quite quickly here, as it looks like West Union just out by a small margin. It looks like around time 13-something on that, and that was the 100-meter dash for the girls' side of things. Is this going to be another heat for the girls? Yes, it will be.
Looks like they combined some heats and made 2 heats. So the last heat coming up.
Last year's winner, by the way, was Lydia Kettner from White Oak with a time of 12.65.
So this heat we have Kylan Zorns of Manchester in lane 1, Charity Buccaneer of Eastern lane 2, Samantha Mary of Lynchburg in lane 3, Peyton Johnson of Peebles in lane 4, Faith Donnelly of Fairfield in lane 5, Vivian Grimes of Eastern in lane 6, Kylie Ham of White Oak in lane 7, Joe Tester of West Union in lane 8.
And they're just about there set in their positions. And they're off. And again, this is the second heat of the 100-meter dash. And that was a time closer to 12 seconds. And again, up next will be the boys in the 100-meter dash, correct?
Yeah, looks like there are 3. Okay, so 3 in this heat. Brandon Rayburn of Peebles in lane 3. Owen Yeager of West Union lane 4. Cash Blagg of Lynchburg in lane 5.
Does it surprise you that there's only 3 participants?
Well, they're just
or is this just one of the heats?
Just one of the heats,
Yeah,
yes.
There's 3 heats in this one.
Yep.
Yeah.
They split it up. They had 7. They got 7 in the next heat and 8 in the final heat.
So you're talking about a total of 18 participants here.
Yes.
Okay, and again, they're about ready to start. This one will be the 100-meter dash for boys, first heat of 3. And they're off, and again, only 3 participants here. As winning it going away. That looked like it was Brandon Rayburn
Yeah.
from Peebles.
Probably should have been in the fast heat. No time was recorded for him, so that's why he was put in the slow heat. Heat 2, Cody Abrams of Lynchburg in lane 1, James Duncan of Fairfield in lane 2, Christopher Saunders of Manchester in lane 3, Jacob McIntosh of North Adams in lane 4, Gavin Valentine, Fayetteville lane 5, Isaiah Goins of Ripley in lane 6, Wyatt Waters of Ripley in lane 7.
And again, this is the second heat of 3, the boys 100-meter dash. We're chasing the rain. These events will pick up dramatically, I'm sure, as far as speed, as far as how quickly they're executed. Again, they're set. And they're off. It looks like West Union it's Fayetteville, Fayetteville in the lead will win it going away. As Travis mentioned, he said non-recorded. What we're talking about is the coaches turn in previous stats as to what they've done in previous meets throughout the year. And what happened, we had some of the coaches did not turn in those times, so they got relegated to the third heat.
Yes, that's what usually happens. Heat 3, Carson Bigger of Eastern in lane 1, Logan Beeler of White Oak in lane 2, Warren Murphy of Fayetteville in lane 3, Cody Hessler of North Adams in lane 4, Corey Reed of Peebles in lane 5, Tyler Westner of White Oak in lane 6, Lynn and Hall of Eastern in lane 7, Mason Williams of Manchester in lane 8. We got to be kind of starter won't mess around anymore to try to catch up for the time lost.
He is really moving them through now.
Yeah.
This could be one of the most competitive races right here the whole evening, probably.
Yeah, the times are really close. At least the seeds are.
And you're allowed to have multiple participants from schools. Is that limited in how many you can enter from each school?
2 per event. 2 individuals per event.
And we're going to see that here, I believe. Looks like North Adams will in the lead. North Adams the winner at someplace right around 10. The reason I say right around, the clock does not stop when the first winner passes the finish line. We'll give you this exact results later, but that was a North Adams runner that won that.
Coming up for girls 4x200 meter relay.
And while we're await that, last year's winner, by the way, in the 100-meter dash was Ryan Wyckoff from Manchester with 11.8 was his final time. And from the girls' 110-meter hurdles, I think I failed to mention that. That was Reese Teeters last year from Fairfield. So tell you what, while we're setting up for that relay, let's take a quick break again, Brandon, if we could. We'll be back after this on Good Guys Radio TV.
Whether you need insurance to protect your home, car, business, or your family's financial future, I believe that your needs are best served by your local neighbors. Shirley Link, your local Encova insurance agent, will take the time to get to know your specific needs. Contact Shirley Link today to find out how you can benefit from working with a local agent. Visit linkinsuranceservice.com or call 937-695-0611.
Our beliefs matter. They're reflected in our words and actions. At First State Bank, we believe in treating people well, and we've been doing just that since 1884. Listening, caring, looking out for each other. It's what people deserve. It's what a real local bank does. While lots of things have changed over the years, our belief in the people of this community hasn't. First State Bank, built on belief. Member FDIC.
The West Union Athletic Boosters would like to thank you for listening to this broadcast of the West Union Dragons Athletics. High school sports foster important skills such as teamwork and communication. That's why the West Union Athletic Boosters are proud to support the Dragons and the Lady Dragons. If you would like to show your Dragons pride, you are invited to join the West Union Athletic Boosters. And don't forget to attend the games. Go Dragons and Lady Dragons!
Do you have a roofing or siding project? At Higgins, they manufacture steel roofing and siding every business day. With 17 colors in stock and 70,000 pieces of trim, they are prepared to ship your project immediately. Remember Higgins for your 40-year warranted, Energy Star compliant, American-made steel roofing and siding. Located 7 miles west of Hillsboro on US Route 50 and on AC Avenue, just off 35 in Jackson. Call 800-782-4239 or visit them on the web at higginsroofing.com.
McCarty Associates, with offices in Hillsboro, Washington Courthouse, and Loveland, is an architecture, engineering, and surveying firm celebrating 50 years of serving southern and southwestern Ohio. McCarty Associates is a broad-based consulting firm providing services to governmental agencies, public bodies, corporate and business entities, and the general public. They also offer construction management for clients that require a higher level of assistance. If there is a construction project in your future, McCarty Associates can take your vision and help make it a reality. Visit McCartyAssociates.com for a complete list of their services.
Welcome back, just in time as we begin the 4x200 relay. As you can see, the starter with his arm up. Each participant will run a half a lap. This is boys 4x200, correct, Travis?
Girls.
Girls. It is girls, excuse me. They're across the way, a little difficult for us to see. It'll be girls followed by boys. And he had his arm up, and there we can hear the gun this time. Finally, they have it working. And they start a staggered start, too, correct?
Yes.
Again, this is 4x200.
Exchange is an important part of the short relays.
Yeah, because you don't have as much time, not as much room for error, correct?
That's right.
Now they have to stay in their lane in this one, right?
All the way.
It's really challenging to figure out who's winning it until they get near the end, isn't it?
We have Eastern in lane 1, Manchester lane 2, White Oak in lane 3, Fairfield lane 4, North Adams lane 5, West Union lane 6, Lynchburg in lane 7.
Is there a preferred lane?
Lane 4 is your fast lane right in the middle of the track.
And we're in the final leg here.
So Fairfield was the top-seeded team coming in. And then North Adams in lane 5.
And you can see them on the far side of the track as they'll make the final exchange.
Pretty close. North Adams, White Oak, and West Union.
I was going to say, there's 3 or 4 teams right together, isn't there?
Yep.
Yeah, White Oak, North Adams, West Union. Looks like White Oak in the lead at least.
White Oak's in the lead. It'll be a close one.
And I believe North Adams might have got him at the finish. We'll have to wait and see what the final results are. Up next, by the way, 4x100 meter relay for boys. Last year's winner in the 4x100 meter relay for girls, the 4x200, meter relay was Hallie Haynes, Olivia Bellamy, J.D. Howland, and Avery Teeters, all from Fairfield. And that time, by the way, was 1 minute 55.8 seconds. The boys is preparing to run. As you'll have to let me know when you get those results, Phil. The 4x200 boys last year, it was White Oak winning it. Tyler Westner, David Kennedy, Taylor Newton, and Bryce Bailey.
This year we have West Union lane 2, North Adams, Lane Martin, Noah Rhodes, Colin Toll, Gage White in lane 3, Peebles in lane 4, Grady Neckley, Dallas Wilkinson, Christopher Oldfield, Brandon Rayburn, White Oak in lane 5, Austin Richards, Linus Vick, Sawyer Blair, and Bryce Van Hoy. Eastern in lane 6, Lane Bailey, Matthew Baker, Eli Beef, Odin Coombs, and Lynchburg in lane 7, Ashton Bain, Kyler Fight, Derek Smith, and Peyton Green.
As you can see them over on the other side of the track, they're all getting set.
Okay, we have everything scored in the running up to the girls 4x200.
Okay. Let's see if we can get part of that in right now.
Okay, so the 4x800, it was Lynchburg getting 4 points in 5th place at 15:07.87. Eastern, 4th place, 13:33.53. Fairfield, 3rd place, 11:57.62.
And we'll have to hold on that. We'll repeat that in a moment because we're about to begin the 4x200 boys race. You can see the starter with his hand up in the air. Again, we want to thank great camera work for Skylar Stapleton. And Brandon Rigdon, of course, our producer, director on our TV. And you can see here the gun off, and they are off. Again, they will run 1/2 lap. 4 participants. They will, again, it's a relay, of course. They'll change. You'll see it. They'll exchange the baton on the opposite side from where we are. And the exchange is about to take place now, the beginning, the first one. Again, strategy-wise, same thinking as you do in the longer relays, or does it change?
Short relays, you have a block person. You have someone that's really good out of the block, start it off for you. And then in the end, a good finisher, real strong runners. Sometimes your fastest runner you can put first or last. They're good coming out of the blocks because they're usually running the 100-meter, 200-meter open. That's usually who I thought about coming out of the blocks. Someone that's always comes out of the blocks a lot.
We're on the 3rd leg for the leg for the lead runners. It's developing into, it's kind of a 3-man, 4-man race, isn't it?
It's like
the final transfer.
That's about 3 of them. Those 3 handed off at the same time, so doesn't look like it, but they're all neck and neck.
Right.
Because of the stagger.
As they'll come around the side. It's a good 4-man race. Includes White Oak, North Adams,
Fairfield, or Peebles.
Peebles and
White Oak,
Fairfield.
Yep.
Or Eastern, excuse me. And it looks like what? It's going to be Peebles with the win?
Yes.
Yep.
And White Oak second.
Peebles, White Oak, then North Adams, and Eastern, I believe is what it was. I was blocked there for a bit as we're finishing that. Phil, you want to go ahead and give the rest of those results you were giving, please?
Okay. We're in the girls 4x800 in 2nd place was West Union at 10:59.82. And in 1st place was North Adams getting their 10 points. Their time was 10:45.74. And that was the 4x800 for the girls. For the boys, now my phone's slowing down. So, here we go. Boys 4x800. In 7th place, we had Eastern at 11:39.27. 6th place, West Union, 10:32.83. Lynchburg in 5th at 10:20.09. 4th place, Manchester, 9:44.88. Peebles in 3rd, 9:33.48. North Adams in 2nd at 9:22.54. And winning the boys 4x800 was White Oak in a time of 9:01.54.
Next event up, by the way, girls 1,600-meter race. That's and it has already begun, correct?
That's correct.
Let's talk about the participants.
Okay, 1,600-meter, 4 laps. We have Samantha Sees of Peebles, Brandy Schuler of Eastern, Emma Hurst of Manchester, Caitlin Berger, North Adams, Annie Grimes of Eastern, Sadie Armstrong of West Union, Alexis Defrin of Fayetteville, and Claudia Etchen of Lynchburg.
And again, this is the 1,600-meter run. I start to say dash. 1,600 meters is not a dash. Last year's champion, by the way, was Maya Toole with a time of 5:34.26. And already C's is out in the lead, followed by Eastern. 2 Eastern participants, by the way. And then it's a bunched up, and coming up next will be Manchester, Fayetteville, West Union, North Adams, and Lynchburg Clay. Everybody's still kind of close right now as they complete their first lap. And this one you can get some pretty big margins on, can't you?
Yes.
Up next, by the way, will be the 1,600-meter run for boys. Landon Iyer from White Oak was a winner for last year.
It's Samantha C's out front for Peebles. Brandon Schuler for Eastern in second.
Several events yet to come here on the SHAC meet, track meet. Again, 10 schools participating, all 10 of the SHAC. And in this event, something we've not talked about, in lots of athletic endeavors in the SHAC, they're divided into what we call big school, small school division, Division I, Division II. In track, there's no differentiation, is there? Everybody competes.
Everybody competes at the same level. That's correct. And at the same time. One with one chance.
Right. There you go. Good point. Yeah, and it's also one of the few events that you don't build up with records during the season. I hadn't thought about that as you know, baseball or basketball or whatever, or golf even. You can lose a it all counts toward your record, but that's not true in track. This is the ultimate end of it for the regular season within the league. Then the following of this would be the events leading up to the state championship.
That's right. Yeah, this is kind of a start of the tournament time for track and field.
C's is now in, what, the third lap, I believe?
Yes.
And beginning to extend the lead slightly, although Eastern is hanging in there. The difference in the margin is between second and third. Next up again would be the 1,600 meter run for the boys. The good news, folks, we're being told the rain looks like it's going to hold off. That would be a wonderful thing if we can get that all in. It's been a concern not only by us, but the league as well. We've been in conversations for 3 days about the weather as Samantha C's passes the grandstand, the home side of things, in first place. And your second place runner, of course, passing in front of the grandstands as well.
I have team scores so far if you want to.
Sure, let's talk about that.
So at girls, after 7 events, Fairfield is in first with 62 points. Eastern in second with 41. North Adams third with 38. White Oak in fourth with 32. Tied for fourth with West Union for 32. Fayetteville in sixth with 18. Lynchburg Clay, 7th place with 17 points. Peebles in 8th with 11 points. And Manchester in 9th with 9 points. That's the girls' side. Boys' side after 8 events, because girls haven't done long jump yet. Peebles in first with 89 3/4 points. North Adams in second with 80.5 points. White Oak in third with 62 3/4 points. Fourth is Eastern with 27 points. Fifth, Fairfield with 16 points. Sixth, tie for 6th, Fayetteville and West Union with 8 points. Lynchburg Clay 8th with 7 points, and Manchester in 9th with 5 points.
C's now coming around the final lap, is lapping some of the trailing participants. She is going to win the 1,600 meter run going away by a nice margin. Again, last year's time was 5:34.26, if you want to note how that compares to this year. C's was a participant, my memory says, last year at the state meet as well, so quite qualified. Again, up next, it'll be the 1,600 meter run boys style.
C's time would have been, she would have broke her record by about 3 seconds, according to just what I glanced at her time as she crossed the finish line from last year.
Nice competitive races going on in the back of the pack. And again, we're going for team points here. So finals make a big difference. And I'll tell you what, we will take a very quick break. We'll be right back. Up next, the 1,600-meter run from the SHAC Track Meet here on Good Guys Radio TV.
Taste the snappy tomato pizza difference for yourself. Order from Seaman at 937-386-1010 or from West Union at 937-544-5583. Order online at snappytomato.com.
It takes hard work and determination to have a successful sports organization, not to mention the support of the community. That is why the Manchester Athletic Boosters are proud supporters of Manchester Greyhound Athletics, from basketball to baseball and volleyball to cheerleading and everything in between. The Manchester Athletic Boosters are proud to sponsor the Manchester Greyhounds on C103. Go Hounds! The Manchester Athletic Boosters, a proud sponsor of Manchester Athletics.
In this community, they call the fire department when the days go bad. They don't know what to do.
There'll be a family member and will come up and give me a hug or shake my hand and say, hey, you took care of my dad X number of years ago. And they just wanted to say thank you and how much it meant to them. Things like that just keep me going. I'm ready to come back and do it again.
I try to take pride in every single thing that I do. When I'm needed in the community, I don't want them to ever think that I could have done more.
And that's the beauty of volunteers. There's nothing stronger than the heart of a volunteer.
Graduation isn't too far behind. Manchester Veterans Club would like to congratulate our seniors for their many years of hard work to get where they are today. Manchester Veterans Club also salutes those of the senior class that will be entering the armed forces after graduation. Learn more about the Manchester Veterans Club. Call 937-549-3300.
Yeah, they are.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as they begin to line up for the 1,600-meter race. Boys, and they are off. As we've had the start, a larger group of participants this time, isn't it, Travis?
Yes. We have Landon Iyer of White Oak and Bo Hessler of North Adams, Hayden Crum of Peebles, Dalton Pence of North Adams, Wade Evans of White Oak, Connor Darnell of Manchester, Britton Campbell of Fairfield, Ryan Butcher Rains of Manchester, Kyler Fight of Lynchburg, Xavier Scott of Peebles, Wyatt Osborne of Lynchburg, Jace Campbell of West Union, Dalton Fenton of West Union, Maxwell Castile of Eastern, and Kyle Gorton of Eastern.
Landon Iyer, an opportunity to repeat as champion as he comes around the turn and ahead of the pack. He finished last year as a champion with a 4:51.77 time. He's leading now, followed by a good grouping of Manchester, 2 North Adams participants, another Manchester runner, and a Lynchburg Clay runner, and the rest are bringing up the rear. Again, they'll do 4 laps. Nice crowd here, by the way. I'm a little surprised with the weather the way it is, and very nice crowd.
Sure is. I'm glad the weather's holding up for us.
Right.
Yeah, and we're being led to believe that the weather's going to hold throughout the evening. And boy, that's a good thing compared to what we were hearing earlier, right?
All week and earlier today. And
do you have more results there for me, please, Phil?
Yep. We got girls 100-meter dash. First, we had this girl did not get any points for her team, but she had a personal record, Sierra Creighton from Eastern, 20.47 seconds. In 8th place, Caitlin Colgate from Eastern, 20.42. Miley Smith from West Union in 7th with 20.38. Adriana Phillips from White Oak in 6th place, 20.34. Madison Dunn from Manchester, 5th place, 19.61. Reagan Newton from White Oak with a personal record and getting 4th place points for White Oak at 19.28. Third place, Olivia Wright, North Adams. Third place, 1868. Avery Teeters from Fairfield. Second place, 1829. And winning the girls' 100-meter dash was Annie Murphy from Fayetteville. She got 10 points for her team, 17.32 seconds. And that's a look at the girls' 100-meter hurdles.
And as Phil was talking there, you can probably see from our coverage, White Oak is continuing to pull away. Is already lapping other participants, and he's only in his third lap. That's quite a feat at any level. And talk about comfortable. He looks really comfortable, doesn't he?
Yes, he does. In the 1600 lappings, yeah.
Yeah, at any level, but especially at the third lap.
Good battle for second place, North Adams, Manchester.
And again, we're working for team points here. And this would be a real real addition for White Oak if they're able to come away with the championship here. This will add some real good points to their team total so far. Up next, Travis.
We have the girls 4x100 meter relay.
And each participant will do a quarter of a lap.
Yes.
And that's pretty much a 4x100 dash, isn't it?
That's correct, yep. 4 running the 100 meter dash. And this is the finish.
And here comes your finisher, and White Oak will come away the champion. Looks like it's going to be around 4:35. And compare that again to what he did last year. And his last year time was 4:51. So that's quite an accomplishment, especially with no one pushing him. What, North Adams finishes second, is that correct?
Yes.
Manchester third, and White Oak in fourth. And that's, again, some good points for White Oak. But Landon Iyer was able to best his last year's time by several seconds. Up next, again, will be the girls 4x100 relay. As we continue again, we want to thank the people from Fairfield High School as they have been wonderful hosts here tonight under challenging conditions. Actually, when you look at it outside of the technical difficulties, which Fairfield or the league had anything to do with that, it's been really well run, hasn't it?
It sure has. It's been smooth meet. The weather considering, it's been smooth.
It's a little bit, it's kind of on the good side. They've been pushed a little bit by the weather because they're getting it in a little quick, aren't they?
Yeah, go ahead.
That's what I like with these new timing things. I mean, you can just boom, 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 boom. I mean, I know they had that little glitch here earlier, but anymore, this year especially, this is the first year I've really gone to a lot because I got junior high people participating plus this. Hey, they keep it going. It's not like it's 5 or 6 minutes between every event.
Right. And again, up next will be the 4x100 girls, followed by the 4x100 boys. And do we have the participants in that one yet, Travis?
Sure do. Looks like we have 2 heats. In heat 1, heat 1, lane 3 is Peebles, Laney Barr, Kiara Scott, Maddie Henderson, and Elizabeth Girth. In lane 4, Manchester, Kylan Zorns, Kaylin Bradford, Reagan Wyckoff, and Addie Mae Paget. And in lane 5, Ripley, Chelsea Richards, Alexis Pirtle, Paige Hare, and Raylan Damon.
And again, it'll be a 100, it'll be the 4x100, each participant doing a quarter of a lap.
3 exchanges in this race.
And it looks like they're about ready to start.
On the track.
And again, nice crowd. The crowd continues to grow. They're looking at the same weather forecast we are as they realize it's not going to be so bad. And again, as Travis said, there'll be 2 heats, for girls. And boys?
2 heats as well, which is only 8 lanes on the track, so it looks like the girls have 9 teams and the boys have 9 teams.
About ready to start, and they're off.
No, there's this 1 heat, so somebody scratched.
So it looks like this will be the one and only heat, as Travis said. You can watch the opposite side. They'll make their first exchange. There'll be 2 more of those as they'll finish coming around. Again, that's a staggered start. A little hard to tell at the beginning, as it looks like, North Adams probably in the lead. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
But this one's, especially if they're close, this one's a bit volatile as to who the finish can be.
Looks like Lynchburg and Eastern.
I do believe you're correct. Yes, Lynchburg in the lead definitely now. Eastern next. West Union following that. North Adams closing, though, as they go to the finish line. Lynchburg wins it. I believe it was North Adams it was Eastern in second, North Adams in third, I believe, correct?
Yes.
And again, they'll quickly reset for the boys 4x100.
Boys, if they still have 2 heats, we have heat 1, West Union, lane 3, Ripley, lane 4 with Wyatt Waters, Waylon Booker, Ian Young, and Isaiah Goins. In lane 5, Manchester, Hunter Raines, Christopher Saunders, Dakota Richmond, Mason Williams. In heat 2, Eastern. In lane 2, Lane Bailey, Eli Beath, Odin Combs, and Garrett Moran. In lane 3 is White Oak, Austin Richards, Bryce Van Hoy, Logan Beeler, Tyler Westner. In lane 4, Peebles, Dallas Wilkinson, Christopher Oldfield, Jace West, Corey Reed. In lane 5, Fayetteville, Gavin Valentine, Warren Murphy, Thaddeus McCarty, Isaiah Dowers. Lane 6, Fairfield, John Ray Lirio, Isaiah Caldwell, Isaac Burns, James Duncan. In lane 7, North Adams, Colin Toll, Noah Rhodes, Jacob McIntosh, and Lane Martin. I see 1 team. 2 teams, there we go. In heat 1.
And that heat has already begun. It's Manchester versus West Union in the first heat. Off to a quick start. And again, this is more correctly described as 100 almost a 4x100 dash.
Looks like
Manchester is leading.
I see umbrellas going up. Must be raining.
There was still a chance of rain. Manchester is going to win this heat. West Union in second, of course. They will start again with the impending weather, they will start the next heat very quickly, I'm assuming. It's interesting, I'm still not hearing that gun.
If it's going off, it's not very loud.
Last year's winner, by the way, in the 4x100 relay for girls was Fairfield with a time of 4:20.33. Avery Teeters, Kennedy Zink, Hallie Haynes, and Faith Donnelly. For boys, it was Tyler Westner. It was White Oak, by the way. Tyler Westner, Logan Beeler, Bryce Bailey, and Taylor Newton in that order. Not in that order, excuse me, on that team. As they are down and ready to go. And there's the gun, and they're off. This, again, is the 4x100 boys heat number 2. This kind of race, the rain really wouldn't affect you at all. Might even help you a little bit, right? Keep you cool.
Not affect you too much, no.
Now we're up for the final exchange.
Peebles out front.
White Oak close behind, as well as Fayetteville.
That's a close finish.
And that was Peebles, I believe, by nosing White Oak, followed by Fayetteville, unofficially. 1, 2, 3. Peebles, White Oak, Fayetteville. White Oak is really beginning to put some numbers up team-wise now.
Coming up, we have the girls 400-meter dash. And we have 2 heats. Heat 1, Sadie Roten from Eastern, Ainsley Beckler of Fayetteville, Grace Rains of White Oak, Claire Ames of White Oak, Gabrielle Arnett of Manchester, Madison Zerwich of Manchester, Jaden Maxfield of Lynchburg, and Emma Sanderson of Lynchburg. Heat 1.
And it is beginning to rain, but it's only rain. Easy for me to say, right?
Runners like this, some runners, this won't affect like the field events, so we're clear there. So.
And the first heat is off on the 400-meter dash. It'll be 1 full lap. And it gets a staggered start.
I see we have the assistant league commissioner here also. I've seen him running up down the field, and I know he doesn't like to run too much.
I was going to say I'd like pictures of that. Watching Tony running up and down the field. Tony Williams, the assistant league commissioner, and of course the league commissioner, Michelle Gleam. Michelle is always at all the league events. As coming around, it looks like White Oak has the first 2 positions in the lead, Fayetteville in 3rd, Eastern in 4th, Manchester in 5th at this point. They'll reset for another heat immediately, again with the rain pending. White Oak wins the first 2 positions.
Heat 2, we have Angel Gray of Peebles in lane 1, Tatum Grooms in lane 2 of North Adams, and lane 3, Brandy Schuler of Eastern, lane 4, Haley Haynes of Fairfield, lane 5, Faith Donnelly of Fairfield, lane 6, Peyton Johnson of Peebles, lane 7, Joe Tester of West Union, lane 8, Emma Crawford of West Union.
Last year's winner, by the way, Lydia Kittner from White Oak with a 59.25 finish.
This heat here should also be an interesting race here because you got some of the top lady athletes right here in this group.
And athletes is the correct term because these young ladies compete in practically every sport. You'll see them volleyball, you'll see them at basketball as they're off. And again, it's a staggered start. Is around the opposite turn. There will be 1 full lap. It's a timed event. Angel Gray, specifically, a long-term track participant. As it looks like, I better not say, it looks like Peebles in front. But with Peebles, Fairfield, and Eastern all wearing red, it's a bit challenging at times to see.
That is Fairfield.
That is Fairfield. Now, see, that's what I get for saying anything, right? Fairfield in front.
Peebles. Fairfield, Eastern.
And North Adams to follow that by West Union, 2 participants, and then I believe it was another Peebles participant in the back. We'll get you those final results before we're over. Next event up.
The boys 400-meter dash. So right now there is 3 scheduled heats. Heat 1, lane 3, Mason Sims of Peebles. Lane 4, Peyton Green of Lynchburg. And lane 5, Derek Smith of Lynchburg. Heat 2, lane 1, Ryan Mack of Manchester. Lane 2, Joel Blythe of Manchester. Lane 3, Trey Bracken of West Union. Lane 4, Carter Vogler of Peebles. Lane 5, James Smith of West Union. Lane 6, Jimmy Hickey of North Adams. And Lane 7, Warren Murphy of Fayetteville.
Last year's winner, by the way, Cody Hessler from North Adams. 52.43 time was the winning time. Next event after this would be the 300-meter hurdles. Is that correct?
That is correct.
You got a third
heat. I wanted to see if they'll combine the.
Yeah, that's true.
I think they're combining the first and second heat. That's what I was waiting to see.
Okay.
That's why we hadn't announced the first and second heat, which I think they did. Yeah, because there's more runners in that heat. Yep. So there's going to be 2 heats.
Again, a nice large crowd here. Of course, when you have this many kids participating, you're going to have a lot of parents and grandparents and the like here. Again, 10 schools here. If you just run the numbers, that's well over 100 participants, I would have guessed. And that's a lot of kids participating in the competition. And again, they'll start their state run next week with the district meet. And some of these kids, again, it gets a little confusing because some of these kids will compete in the Southeast District, some in the Southwest District. And again, they're lining up for the second heat.
Some in Division 3 and some in Division 4.
Yes. Correct. And again, folks, these are all the size of the school population is what determines in the state of Ohio. They take, generally speaking, there's about 800 schools that participate in athletics in the state of Ohio. So Division 1 is the 200 largest schools in the state. Division 2 is the next largest 200. Division 3 is the next one after that's 200. And then Division 4 is this 200 smallest schools in the state. And interestingly enough, that's based on only 3 years populations, based on freshman, sophomore, and junior years. Seniors does not count.
Actually,
and I'm not sure why they've always done that way.
Not sure, but a correction on my part, I should have known better. Track only has 3 divisions.
That's why I hesitated, but I didn't go to the divisions.
It's like, wait a minute, what am I talking about?
But I
should know
go,
better.
I was going to go with you. I wasn't going to argue. I just,
Cross country track have 3 divisions.
And some of the sports, by the way, golf being one of them, they only have a couple of divisions. You get into football, I think they're like at
10 maybe.
Is it 10? It was at 7. No, it's at 7. Yeah. I know it was at 7, and maybe even more than that.
Yeah.
But that is driven more, and again, it's by population, but the number of divisions is driven because they want to, as the runners are off, they're trying to do almost everybody in the tournament in football. Yeah. You have to have a lot of divisions to be able to pull that off.
Yep. Nope, that's a correction on me.
The rain continues to fall here at Fairfield, but the track meet continues.
No lightning, no thunder.
No.
Yes. Oh, yeah.
Just kidding, folks, but it is getting a little foggy, though, because of the rain. As you can see, I'm rounding the far turn. Again, this will be a 4-lap race.
1-lap race.
Excuse me, I'm sorry, 1 lap, and I knew better. We did that earlier, didn't we?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, right now, tight race for the front. Peebles in the front 2 positions, followed by West Union, followed by Manchester, Fayetteville, North Adams, and Manchester again.
Heat 2 will have Lane 1, Dalton Hampton of Fairfield. Lane 2, Landon Hall of Eastern. Lane 3, Weston Blair of White Oak. Lane 4, Cody Hessler of North Adams. Lane 5, Matthew Baker of Eastern. Lane 6, Sawyer Blair of White Oak. Lane 7, Jean Ray Lero of Fairfield. And Lane 8, Thaddeus McCarty of Fayetteville.
And again, Cody Hessler, the defending champion, with a 52.43 time participating here. As the rain's really beginning to fall now.
Come out of nowhere.
It did.
I noticed the boys varsity basketball coach, Mr. Quentin Williams from here at Fairfield, got drafted to help drag some of the hurdles around.
Yeah, he's actually been here. I talked to him earlier before the track meet even began, so he's been here supporting Fairfield throughout the event. Lots of the administrators and coaches from other sports here, from all the schools. And they're off. Second heat has begun for the 400-meter dash.
Cody Hessler out front.
Look at that stride. Isn't that a nice, comfortable?
Weston Blair in second.
Hessler, pretty nice lead. And Cody Hessler will repeat as a champion. And this very unofficial, but around a 50-second finish. Last year's time was 52.43. And again, we'll have those results, and we'll ask Phil for more. But I'll tell you what, for right now, let's take a quick break. We'll be right back after this on Good Guys Radio TV.
I wanted to prove to myself that I could go to college and get my degree.
What if I went to Southern State? What if I'm able to go and become that nurse or that lawyer or that teacher? Southern State Community College allows students to rise above the circumstances that they're surrounded by and become something more than they ever dreamed possible.
Hello, this is Tammy Crothers from Roush Insurance. Our agency has been here for over 80 years, so please keep us in mind if you're looking for a more competitive quote on any of your insurance needs. You can stop by the office at 313 East Main Street, West Union, or give us a call at 937-544-3123.
To keep your vehicle in top running performance, you need an auto parts store that provides the best in automotive repair. OK Auto Parts is your local auto parts store at 123 North Main Street in Peebles, Ohio. They have a huge selection for all your auto needs. Open Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. and Saturday from 8 to 5. Stop in today or call 937-587-3970. That's OK Auto Parts on Main Street in Peebles.
At Southern Hills Community Bank, we take great pride in building strong relationships with our customers. We're dedicated to providing the best products and services to fit your needs, like checking and savings, home and auto loans, plus ATM and debit cards, online banking, bill pay, and mobile banking with mobile deposit. Visit southernhillscommunitybank.com or stop by any of our 8 convenient locations. We want to be your bank. Southern Hills Community Bank, member FDIC and equal housing lender. Customer service with a difference.
It takes a lot of energy to create a successful high school athletics program, and often is more than team coaches and school officials can do alone. That's why school athletic booster programs are so important. The Fairfield Athletic Boosters would like all concerned adults to show their school pride and say good luck, Fairfield Lions and Lady Lions, and congratulations, and have a great season. Go Lions! From the Fairfield Athletic Boosters.
Welcome back again, ladies and gentlemen, as they reset the track for the another one of the hurdles races. Phil, you've got some results for us.
Yes, this is the 110 hurdles for the boys. In 7th place in a personal record, Evan Diatley at 21:51. 6th place, Aiden Crow from White Oak at 21:46. By the way, Evan Diatley was from White Oak as well. 5th place, Christian Girth from Peebles. In 5th place, 20.66. 4th place, Corey Fogel from North Adams, 20.46. Also from North Adams in 3rd place, Tyler Richendaler at 20.21. Carson Bigger from Eastern, 2nd place, personal record of 18.7. And in 1st place, Mason Sims from Peebles with a time of 18.09. And that's the 110-meter boys hurdles. Okay, girls 100-meter hurdles, 100-meter dash, excuse me. In we got a personal record. Ariana Hughley from Lynchburg Clay, 16.07. She was not in the top placings, though. In 8th place, Samantha Mary from Lynchburg Clay, 14.65. 7th place, Charity Buckamanier from Eastern, 14.6. Ishla Staten from West Union in 6th with 14.57. Vivian Grimes, 5th place, 14.48, and that was a personal record for her. 4th place, Joe Tester from West Union, 14.42. 3rd place, Kylie Ham from White Oak, personal record, 13.96. 2nd place, Faith Donnelly from Leesburg Fairfield, 13.81. And in 1st place, Peyton Johnson from Peebles, the winner with 12.79 seconds. And that's the girls' 100-meter dash.
In Heat 1 of the 300-meter hurdles, we have Lane 2, Heaven Garrett of Lynchburg. Lane 3, Truly Lamb of White Oak. Lane 4, Kiera Scott of Peebles. Lane 5, Sierra Creighton of Eastern. Lane 6, Lily Randolph of West Union. Lane 7th, Elizabeth Girth of Peebles.
And they are already running. And again, this is a really different style race, isn't it? This is completely different than the earlier hurdle races, isn't it?
Low hurdles, you can get away with just being an athlete and getting over them fast. You don't have to, it's, you know, some form is involved, but it's something that you just practice. It's an endurance race as well as a hurdle race.
If you notice the one girl there, she's doing like you change left or right if you're in marching band before
Right.
she comes to each hurdle. So she's losing a little time-wise each time doing that.
Now, as the race ends, and you can only imagine as you're trying to run along as fast as you can how much energy it must take, to, especially as you get down toward the end, to jump that last hurdle.
That's right. Heat 2, Lane 1, Miley Smith, West Union. Lane 2, Hunter Grooms of North Adams. Lane 3, Reagan Newton of White Oak. Lane 4, Avery Teeters of Fairfield. Lane 5, Ann Murphy of Fayetteville. Lane 6, Aaron Dickman of Lynchburg. Lane 7, Caitlin Colgate of Eastern. And Lane 8, Addie Mae Paget of Manchester.
Last year's winner, by the way, she graduated, Sierra Kendall, North Adams, 46.47 seconds from North Adams. And they're off again. This will be the second heat. And again, a staggered start. You'll see them gather as they come toward that little far turn. And this has to be one of the more, as you mentioned, you can be a good athlete. This has to be one of the more strenuous events, I would think, right?
Yes. And it is advantageous if you learn how to hurdle with both legs in this race.
Yeah, as Phil was talking about, you don't have to correct. Looks like Fayetteville in front. As they go toward the finish. And that'll be the second heat for the 300-meter hurdles. Up next will be the boys' version of the 300-meter hurdles, correct?
That's correct. And their same placement, just 6 inches taller. They're go from 30 inches in the girls, 36 inches. And they are Heat 1, Hunter Raines from Manchester. Lane 4, Evan Diatley of White Oak. And Lane 5, Kyle Gorton of Eastern. And then Heat 2, Mason Gillum in Lane 1 of Manchester. Lane 2, Tyler Rickendaler of North Adams. Lane 3, Bryce Van Hoy of White Oak. Lane 4, Carson Bigger of White Oak, or of Eastern. Lane 5, Mason Sims of Peebles. Lane 6, Gage White of North Adams. And Lane 7, Damian McCann of Peebles. And
you can see now the rain is really beginning to fall with a purpose. It is really a hard rainfall, but you can also see the athletes out there. Some of them seem to be relishing it a bit, don't they?
They're kids.
I would have to think that's a little bit on the cold side out there.
I think that's why we got the fog. It's the cold rain.
Yeah.
We'll be in good shape. We just keep Skylar awake. Skylar's working on taking a nap back there. Again, the 300-meter hurdles winner last year, Reese Teeters from Fairfield, 43.5. And again, they're off. And what, there's multiple heats in this?
2 heats, yes.
As you can see them around, and it's interesting, folks. You have an advantage. I will tell you, we have a monitor in which, of course, we can see what's going on. Your picture on the TV is much better than it is sitting here in these stands. You can actually see much better over the camera.
It's a much clearer picture.
And one of the runners takes a tumble. He's back up. White Oak looks like will win this heat. Manchester will finish second. Again, they will line up the next heat. It's a 300-meter boys hurdles. We already gave the participants. Next race up, by the way, will be the 800-meter run, both boys and girls. It'll be followed by the 200-meter dash. You think it's going to rain?
Maybe.
Maybe. Which part of that is behind us? Oh, it's all going that way, huh?
Yep.
Yeah, I think we might get some rain. We want to stay away from that one, though, don't we?
Keep that over to the east or west.
But anyway, next up would be a 200-meter dash, boys and girls after that, and then it would be the 4x400-meter. Is that correct? 4x400-meter relay would be after that?
200-meter and then 2 mile, the 3,200, I'm sorry.
Yes.
And then the 4x4.
And next heat is off, as you can see. Rounding the far turn. This is the final heat, correct?
That's correct. Looks like White Oak's in first.
And then White Oak is doing very, very well. It's, that track is getting slick, you can tell. And White Oak comes away the winner of the 300-meter hurdles for boys.
Bryce Van Hoy, White Oak.
And again, last year's winner graduated, Reese Teeters. Phil, do we have any more results?
Yes. I'm getting to my right page. I got too many pages going. Okay.
On the 800-meter run right now. Yeah, time's to clear off the track, the hurdles.
And I've got a feeling with the rain falling the way it is, they're going to do all of these quickly.
Okay, the boys' 100-meter dash. In 8th place, Gavin Valentine from Fayetteville Perry, 12:55. 7th place, Brandon Rayburn from Peebles, personal record of 12.36. Landon Hall, 6th, 12.16. 5th place, Carson Bigger from Eastern, personal record 12.14. 4th, Warren Murphy from Fayetteville, 12.13. 3rd, Corey Reed from Peebles, 12.09. Tyler Wessner from White Oak is 2nd at 12 even. And 1st place, Cody Hessler from North Adams, 11.48. And that's the boys' 100-meter dash.
800. Oh. Girls in the 800-meter run. We have Samantha Seas of Peebles, Kennedy Zink of Fairfield, Brandon Schuler of Eastern, McKenna Shelton of North Adams, Allie McCarty of West Union, McKenna Armstrong of West Union, Claire Ames of White Oak, Emma Hurst of Manchester, Jenny Trent of Fairfield, Madison Lurjewicz of Manchester, Alexis Defrin of Fayetteville, Samantha Mary of Lynchburg, Addison Jones of Eastern, Jaden Maxfield of Lynchburg, and Kaylee Sanderson of White Oak. 2 laps.
Last year's champion, Mila Toole from North Adams. She's finished at a 2.23.33. 800 meters, this will be 2 laps. As they round the far turn. And out in front is West Union. followed by Eastern, another West Union participant, Lynchburg Clay, Fairfield, and, Peebles and Peebles. And this will be 2 heats, is that correct?
Just one.
Just one.
This is the final.
Again, they'll run 2 complete laps.
I tried to miss you. Well, most of us just running off on its own.
We continue with the races. Phil is doing his job of getting all the water poured off the top of our cover here. As the race continues, and it looks like, what is it, Travis? It's Lynchburg Clay in the lead. Is that correct?
That's North Adams.
It is North Adams.
Oh, I'm sorry. Nope.
No, that may be Eastern.
That is
as
Eastern.
A matter of fact.
That is Brandy Schuler of Eastern. And then West Union. That's a battle for second.
It is. As we complete that, was it Lynchburg Clay winning it? Is that what it was?
It was Brandy Schuler of Eastern winning it.
Excuse me. Get that we're blocked by our monitor here. It's hard to see the finish line. As all the participants finish, we'll take a quick break. We'll be right back after this on Good Guys Radio TV.
At the National Bank of Adams County, we have a lot more than money invested in Adams County. We've invested our time, our interests, our heritage. We were born here and have been an important part of this community for years. That's why we can offer financial services that truly meet your needs. If you're looking for a bank that keeps its focus local, look to us at 218 North Market Street in West Union. We're ready to help you grow your business or your family, and that will help this community grow as well.
The National Bank of Adams County, keeping it local. Member FDIC and equal housing lender.
The Naylor Orthodontics team is honored to be able to create positive changes for their patients. They understand that your life can be transformed through orthodontic care. Some of the options available at Naylor include clear and metal braces for children, teens, and adults, Invisalign, and self-ligating braces. Naylor Orthodontics has 2 locations in Maysville and West Union. If you have been thinking about orthodontic treatment for yourself or a loved one, call and schedule a complimentary consultation today. Dial 606-564-9494.
Adams County Self Storage knows that there's plenty of different reasons you may be looking for a little extra room to put things. Your college-age kid comes home for the summer and brings along their new ping pong table. You finally decided to take down the decorations after celebrating Christmas in July, or maybe you're still holding on to all those Thai beanie babies that are definitely going to be worth something someday. Whatever your needs, Adams County Self Storage has got you covered. They've got units ready to rent at their West Union location right behind the Grandview Outlet. Call 937-892-0016. That's 892-0016.
Team sports teach the young men and women of our community how to work together to achieve a common goal. They also reinforce other character traits such as respect, dedication, and self-discipline. The family of Wallace Thompson Funeral Homes with locations in Peebles, Seaman, and Winchester salute the teams of the Southern Hills Athletic Conference and wish you the best of luck. The family of Wallace Thompson Funeral Homes, providing the care and service that you and your family deserve.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as the SHAC Track meet continues here on Good Guys Radio TV. We certainly hope you're enjoying our broadcast here because we're having a lot of fun. Rain or no rain, the meet goes on, and it's really, I won't say excited, but we're pretty pleased because the way it looked this afternoon, we could have easily not been doing this. This could have been a cancellation or whatever. We have had the start for the boys and their 800-meter run, correct? Yes. And Weston Blair was the winner last year with a 2:07.57.
In the boys, we have Weston Blair Landon of White Oak, Landon Iyer of White Oak, Bo Hessler of North Adams, Hayden Crum of Peebles, Larkin Friend of Fairfield, Tyler Reed of North Adams, Artibus West of West Union, Jordan Bennington of Fairfield, James Smith of West Union, Landon Asher of Peebles, Preston West of Eastern, Ian Young of Ripley, Wyatt Osborne of Lynchburg, Maxwell Castile of Eastern, Aiden Jones of Manchester, Waylon Booker of Ripley, Austin Jones of Manchester, and Ralston Green of Lynchburg.
Again, Weston Blair, the defending champion. Opportunity here to repeat. 2 White Oak runners are in front as they begin to stretch out. This will be 2 full laps of the race. Blair now beginning to stretch it out a bit, right?
Actually, that's Landon Iyer out front.
Landon Iyer, check that, excuse me.
And that's Bo Hessler in second and Weston Blair in third.
Landon Iyer, one of Weston's teammates, by the way. That must make for interesting practices, doesn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Well, they'd be fun, wouldn't it? Coaching 2 athletes like that. Landon Iyer rounding as he comes to the finish. White Oak will take the first place. Will take first place, followed by North Adams, followed by third place by White Oak, Peebles, and then another North Adams, and then West Union in the next 2 places, followed by Fairfield, Peebles, and I believe that's another Peebles participant, and Manchester. Once again, Phil, do we have further results?
Okay, girls 4x200. In 7th place, Lynchburg Clay at 2 minutes, 6 seconds, 57 hundredths. 6th place, Eastern, 2.0367. 5th place, West Union, 2.0242. Manchester in 4th, 2.0129. North Adams 3rd, 1:59.19. Fairfield 2nd, 1:59.07. And White Oak winning that one, 1:58.87. So that is the girls 4x200 relay.
And up next, by the way, would be the 200-meter dash. Is that correct? And they're about to start that. We're going to try to get you the results in between. But I will tell you, we're chasing the rain. And, boy, they're getting these off quick, aren't they?
They are. And we'll just remind our fans the results are online, running live right now on Ohio Mile Split. So if we don't get to all of them. We have 200-meter dash. There's 3 heats, but they may combine the second and third heat, so I'm going to go and read them off. Heat 3, lane 3, Alexis Pirtle of Ripley. Lane 4, Ainsley Beckler of Fayetteville. Lane 5, Chelsea Richards of Ripley. And then in heat 2, we have Grace Rains of lane 1 of White Oak. Madeline Combs. Nope, they're going to have 3 heats. Okay. I'll wait till it's finished.
And they are off. The first 3 runners are off. It'll be a half lap for the 200-meter dash. We are down, surprising enough, down to the last 2 events. We're in the middle of the third from the end. We'll have yet to come the boys, of course, 200-meter dash, as it'll be Ripley, followed by Fayetteville, followed by Ripley again. Again, we'll have the boys 200-meter dash, then we'll have both boys and girls 3,200-meter run, and then we're going to have the 4x400-meter relay, and the 3,200-meter run, they're going to combine that, aren't they? Isn't that what they said?
That's what Michelle said, yes.
Boys and girls running at the same time, and again, it's to try to beat the weather, although it has quit raining again, and I hope you folks are enjoying this because the picture is actually better.
Exactly.
You can enjoy the picture and the clarity of this picture better than you can live sitting here. And that's not a criticism. It's just the fog and it's raining. And although it has stopped now, we're about to have the start for the next heat. They are off. Again, a half lap is what they will run. This is the girls' 200-meter dash.
Grace Rains, lane 1. Madeline Combs of Fairfield, lane 2. Ashla Staten in lane 3 of West Union. Vivian Grimes, West Eastern, lane 4. Jada Mason, lane 5, North Adams. Lane 6, Asha McCoy, West Union. Lane 7, Laney Barr, Peebles. And lane 8, Marissa Thiel of North Adams.
Close finish, North Adams, and was that Lynchburg?
Eastern. Heat 3, we have Addison Moran in lane 1 of Eastern. Madison Dunn in lane 2 of Manchester. Lane 3, Aaron Dickman of Lynchburg. Lane 4, Peyton Johnson of Peebles. Lane 5, Haley Haynes of Fairfield. Lane 6, Taylor Rawson of Manchester. Lane 7, Autumn Wilkin of Lynchburg. And lane 8, Kylie Ham of White Oak.
And they're about to start. This will be the final heat for the 200-meter dash girls version. Boys will be up next. And they're off. Again, a half lap. Those will finish right here in front of our stand. And as they round the turn, is that Peebles in front, Fairfield in second, or did I get it backwards?
That is correct. And then White Oak in third.
And that's the completion of the girls' 200-meter dash. And again, they're trying to really move this along as they're lining the boys up right now.
Heat 3. They started already. Wow, they're fast.
My goodness. Go for it,
Lane
Travis.
3, Peyton Green of Lynchburg. Lane 4, Cody Abrams of Lynchburg. Lane 5, Cameron Walters of Ripley.
Reach back and get some of that speed reading, would you?
I'd say. Heat 2, Lane 1, Dakota Richmond of Manchester. Lane 2, Isaiah Caldwell of Fairfield. Lane 3, Colin Toll of North Adams. Lane 4, Austin Richards of White Oak. Lane 5, Trey Bracken of West Union. Lane 6, Ian Young of Ripley. Lane 7, James Duncan of Fairfield. Lane 8, Owen Yeager of West Union. That's Heat 2.
Last year's winner, by the way, of the 200-meter dash was Bryce Bailey of White Oak with a 23.73. As you can see them already lining up for the next heat. They're trying to beat that next rain shower, aren't they?
I think so.
And we hope you're enjoying our broadcast here from the SHAC Track meet. If you have, please let our advertisers know so we can continue to do these things for free. No charge for streaming or the like. As they round the far corner, it looks like White Oak in the front. Fairfield in second. North Adams third and West Union closing. West Union may finish third, may break on second. We'll have to wait for the official results on that.
Heat 3, Landon Hall in lane 1 of Eastern. Lane 2, Gavin Valentine of Fayetteville. Lane 3, Thaddeus McCarty of Fayetteville. Lane 4, Cody Hessler of North Adams. Lane 5, Tyler Westner of White Oak. Lane 6, Corey Reed of Peebles. Lane 7, Matthew Baker of Eastern. Lane 8, Dallas Wilkinson of Peebles. Final heat.
Up next will be the 3,200-meter run, girls version, and followed by the boys. The last two events would be distance events. And again, they're off. This will be the final heat for the 200-meter dash. And again, they're around the far corner, and it looks like North Adams Hessler in front, followed by White Oak. And it'll be Hessler winning this heat of the 200-meter dash. And on that note, we'll take a quick break. We'll be right back after this on Good Guys Radio TV.
The Adams County Christian School is now offering open enrollment for ages 3 and 4 for their preschool program. With a full day of Christ-centered curriculum for your preschooler, Adams County Christian School is a faith-based environment located on Rice Drive in West Union. To register your child, you can go online to www.eaglesaccs.com or call 937-544-5502 today.
Who is Barry Chevrolet? Why don't you ask your friends and neighbors? Because after 70 years and 4 generations in the automotive industry, odds are we've made a happy customer out of somebody you know. Hard-working, proud Americans drive Chevrolets, and that's why we sell them at Barry's. Hats off to everybody driving a Silverado truck. You're my kind of people. Barry Chevrolet, your best deal dealer.
ProGen's next-generation technology flooring is designed to stand up to the demands of modern life, and it's available now at the Winchester Carpet Outlet. Because ProGen is durable, waterproof, dimensionally stable, and easy to install, it can be used in any room, including rooms that are most prone to moisture and spills, like kitchens and baths. For top-quality flooring, service, and selection at prices that'll floor you, visit the Winchester Carpet Outlet, just off State Route 32 on Tri-County Road, just a few miles west of Winchester, Ohio, and online at winchestercarpetoutlet.com.
Our business is helping you grow. We're Baxter Tractor. We take care of you like family.
We've been growing since 1946. As your Kubota dealer, our focus is to help you grow today and into the future. Stop by one of our locations today, visit with our folks, and see our entire lineup of Kubota products.
Our business is helping you grow.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Just in time for the start for the 3,200-meter race. This is both boys and girls combined. 3,200 meters, they will run a total of 8 laps. That's 2 miles, or relatively speaking, close to 2 miles. We want to give some participants there, please, Travis.
For the girls, we have Samantha Sees of Peebles, Brandy Schuler of Eastern, Annie Grimes of Eastern, Madeline Wiseman of Fairfield, Claudia Etchen of Lynchburg, Macy Yeager of West Union, Joe Tester of West Union, and Taylor McIntyre of North Adams. And on the boys' side, we have Landon Iyer of White Oak, Connor Darnell of Manchester, Wade Evans of White Oak, Kyler Fight of Lynchburg, Ryan Reed of North Adams, Britton Campbell of Fairfield, Alexander Scott of Peebles, Wyatt Osborne of Lynchburg, Ryan Shelton of North Adams, Dalton Fenton of West Union, Braden McCann of Peebles, Greg Achterman of Fairfield, Ben Rothwell of West Union, Tyler Slack of Eastern, Devin Fancher of Eastern.
And you know what, I'm going to be corrected here because again, this is the 3,200-meter race. And boy, the rain has decided to begin to pour. It is really raining out here now.
I have team scores up to the last 2 events.
Okay.
Girls in the last 2 events. In 9th place, Manchester with 25. In 8th place, Fayetteville with 32. In Lynchburg, 44. In 7th place with 44. In 6th place, White Oak with 46. In 5th place, Peebles with 55. In 4th place, West Union 58. 3rd place, North Adams with 67. 2nd place, Eastern with 91. And in 1st place, going into the last 2 events, Fairfield with 114. On the boys' side, Ripley in 10th place with 3 points. 9th place is Lynchburg with 9 points. Manchester in 8th with 13 points. West Union in 7th, 14 points. Fayetteville in 6th with 21 points. Fairfield in 5th with 33 points. Eastern in 4th with 53 points. Peebles in 3rd with 123 and 3/4 points. White Oak in 2nd, 131 and 3/4 points. And in 1st place, going in the last 2 events, North Adams with 136.5. Really close.
And as they just rounded that 2nd lap there, I think it's interesting to note that Samantha Sees is in 8th place overall.
She's a tremendous talent.
And obviously in 1st place in the girls, but she's running right with that large group of guys. Phil, let's try to report some more of those results. I don't know how many of them we will be able to get in. As you can tell, some of the races for the team events is really tight now.
Okay, this is the boys 4x200. In 6th place, Lynchburg Clay at 156.95. 5th place, West Union at 156.93. 4th place, North Adams at 142.81. Eastern, 3rd place at 142.79. White Oak at 2nd place, 140. 139.48. And in first place, Peebles at 139.10. And that's the boys 4x200. Okay, the girls 1600. In 8th place, we had Claudia Etchen from Lynchburg at 736.94. 7th place, Alexis Deffrin from Fayetteville, 620.04. 6th place, Emma Hurst from Manchester, 620 even. 5th place with a personal record, Caitlin Berger, 617.48. 4th place, also a personal record, Sadie Armstrong from West Union, 614.20. Annie Grimes in 3rd, personal record, 614.40. 2nd place, Brandy Schuler from Eastern, personal record, 548.17. And Samantha Sees in 1st place, personal record, 528.19. And that's the girls' 1,600-meter run.
A lot of personal records being set today. It's interesting, especially in the inclement weather, isn't it?
Tells you they like the rain.
And it is worth noting as they came around, I think that was the 3rd lap as they came around, Samantha Sees in 4th place overall, only 3 guys ahead of her. And if you're watching, the lead runners are coming in front of us now. It's Manchester followed by White Oak in the first 2 positions. And then that will be North Adams in the 3rd position. Those others are lapped runners. And this next group would be Samantha Sees, the lead girls runner, with a Fairfield and a White Oak runner on the boys' side.
Yeah, I think Lynchburg is in 4th, actually up here. He kind of went.
Okay.
He's going with the North Adams.
There you go.
Yep, that's great.
Okay, and that was the 4th lap, correct? So we're halfway through. We have 4 more laps to go.
Boys 1,600-meter personal record, 6:18.64. Kyle Gorton from Eastern. Personal record from West Union, Jace Campbell, 5:34.36. Personal record, Wyatt Allsburg from Lynchburg Clay, 5:33.14. And then with the points for their teams, in 8th place, Ryan Butcher Rains from Manchester, 5:17.30. 7th place, Kyler Fight from Lynchburg Clay, personal record, 5:14.31. 6th place, Dalton Pence from North Adams, 5:06.24. 5th place, personal record, Britton Campbell from Fairfield, 5:01.84. 4th place, personal record, Wade Evans, White Oak, 4:58.35. 3rd place, Connor Darnell, personal record from Manchester, 4:53.99. 2nd place, Bo Hessler from North Adams, 4:49.03. And in 1st place, Landon Iyer from White Oak, 4:37.23. And that was the boys' 1,600-meter run.
4 places right there.
Yes, and as you see them passing in front of us, that's 3rd and 4th place for boys. The lead runner for girls, and that's Samantha Sees in the lead. As way out front, you saw that pass. That's Manchester and White Oak leading in 1-2 position in the race, and this is lap number 5. 3 to go.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Okay, girls 4x100-meter relay. In 7th place, White Oak at 1:03.96. 6th place, Manchester, 1:01.66. 5th place, Fairfield, 59.80. West Union, 58.60 in 4th. North Adams in 3rd at 58.58. 2nd, Eastern at 57.19. And winning that girls 4x100 was Lynchburg at 55.30.
As again we continue, as you're enjoying the 3,200-meter run, as the leaders are again coming around in front of the grandstands. Manchester still in the lead, right on his heels is White Oak. The rest of the pack beginning to falter just a little bit, beginning to fall back. Again, this is lap number 6. There's still 2 laps to go after this. White Oak again running there, as well as
Fairfield, North Adams, and Lynchburg.
All still in that first lap, and then you have Samantha Sees, the lead runner in the girls' side of things. And that's a pretty significant accomplishment to be ahead of that many guys in competition like this. And I'm wondering how much that helps her or hurts her. it could push her so much she could get way out of rhythm, couldn't she?
I think she's just on a, kind of on an island herself, just out there running. She probably practices like that and used to it.
Yes, again.
Okay, the boys 4x100-meter relay in 8th place, West Union at 54.8, Winchester Eastern at 53.95 in 7th. 6th place, Ripley at 51.24. 5th place, North Adams 50.15. Fairfield 4th place, 50 even. 3rd place, Fayetteville 47.83. 2nd place, White Oak 47.73, and Peebles winning in the boys 4x100 47.68.
That's it, gun lap. Yep.
And we're going to begin the last lap, as we've begun the last lap, I should say.
Lane and I are on the backstretch, and then
last half lap.
Connor Darnell of Manchester in 2nd.
And Landon and I are a pretty insurmountable lead, and of course with a large lead as well, Samantha Sees in front for the girls. And this will be the finish here, correct?
Yes, it's the gun lap.
And here comes Landon Iyer from the White Oak Wildcats. And he'll be the winner, followed by Connor Darnell finishing 2nd. And of course, as we said, Samantha Sees will be finishing in 1st for the 3,200-meter race. We'll take another quick break. We'll be right back after this on Good Guys Radio TV.
It takes a lot of energy to create a successful high school athletics program, and often it's more than team coaches and school officials can do alone. That's why school athletic booster programs are so important. The People's Indians Athletic Boosters would like all concerned adults to show their school pride. The People's Athletic Boosters would also like to wish the best of luck to the People's Indians and Lady Indians. Go Indians from the People's Athletic Boosters.
Here at CMT Components, we believe a barn's a barn. That's why we deliver fast and easy post-frame barn packages. We build and deliver everything ourselves. Everything. Trusses, metal, windows, and doors. Just give us a call and get it delivered right to your job site. Call today.
That's 937-446-3400. Or visit our website, cmtcomponents.com. Our destination is excellence.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as they continue to finish the 3,200-meter race here. Again, the winner was Landon Iyer, is that correct?
That's correct. Connor Darnell finishing 2nd.
And then the girls.
Manchester.
Yes, and the girls' race was won by Samantha Sees from Peebles.
That's correct.
Phil, let's continue with the results if we could as we watch the finish of this race.
Okay, we've got the girls 400-meter dash. We got several personal records. Emma Sanders from Lynchburg Clay, 1:45.40. Sadie Roten from Eastern, 1:18.70. Ainsley Beckler from Fayetteville, 1:15.78. And in the standings, Angel Gray in 8th place with 1:12.15. 7th place, Angel Graves from Peebles. Joe Tester from West Union, 1:11.62. 6th place, Emma Crawford, West Union, 1:10.40. 5th place, Tatum Grooms, 1:08.48 from North Adams. 4th place, Brandy Schuler from Eastern, personal record, 1:06.35. 3rd place, Faith Donnelly from Fairfield, 1:03.23. 2nd, Peyton Johnson with a personal record of 1:02.60. And winning that race, the girls 400-meter dash, was Holly Haynes from Fairfield, personal record 1 minute even, 82 hundredths. And that's a look at the girls 400 meter dash.
As we continue to watch here the completion of the 3,200 meter, we only have one event left. That's the 4x400 meter relay, and that'll be boys and girls. This will be separated. It will not be combined. Why don't we go ahead and give the participants in there, just make sure we get those in. Can we, Travis?
Sure can. One heat for the girls: Manchester in lane 2, Taylor Ralston, Emma Hurst, Gabrielle Arnett, and Kaylin Bradford. Lane 3 is West Union. In lane 4, Fairfield, Avery Teeters, Kennedy Zink, Hallie Haynes, and Faith Donnelly. In lane 5, North Adams, Caitlin Berger, Kenneth Shelton, Hunter Grooms, Tatum Grooms. In lane 6, Eastern, Reagan Renchen, Emma Copas, Kaylee Smallwood, and Sierra Creighton. And in White Oak in lane 7, Brianna Walker, Grace Raines, Shauna Brown, and Truly Lamb. And for the boys, we have lane 1, Manchester, Joel Blythe, Mason Gillum, Ryan Butcher Raines, Connor Darnell. In lane 2, Peebles, Mason Sims, Hayden Browning, Carter Vogler, and Hayden Crum. In lane 3, White Oak, Evan Diatley, Bryce Van Hoy, Wade Evans, Weston Blair. In lane 4, North Adams, Bo Hessler, Cody Hessler, Dalton Pence, Tyler Reed. In lane 5, Eastern, Matthew Baker, Carson Bigger, Landon Hall, Odin Combs. And in lane 6, Fairfield, John Ray Lero, Jordan Bennington, Larkin Friend, Dalton Hampton. And in lane 7, we have West Union.
And Phil, results, we are getting caught up a little bit, aren't we?
Slowly. Okay, this is the boys 400 meter dash. We had a personal record, Peyton Green, Lynchburg Clay, 56.56. And personal record for Joel Bly from Manchester, 58.97. And then in 8th place, Sawyer Blair from White Oak, personal record 57.32. 7th place, Dalton Hampton from Fairfield, 57.03. 6th place, Matthew Baker, Eastern, 56.79. 5th place, Mason Sims, personal record 56.55. 4th place, Carter Vogler, Peebles, personal record 56.33. 3rd, Eastern, Landon Hall, personal record 54.96. 2nd place, Weston Blair, White Oak, 54.33. And winning the boys 400 meter dash was Cody Hessler from North Adams, 51.13. And that's the boys 4x400 meter dash, excuse me.
As we continue to watch the conclusion of the 3,200 meter run, up next will be the 4x400 meter relay. It'll be girls, followed by boys. Let's go ahead and try to give one more set of results if we can, Phil.
Okay, this is the girls 300 meter hurdles. In 8th place, Addie Mae Paget from Manchester, 58.83. 7th, Sierra Creighton from Eastern, personal record 57.59. 6th place, Caitlin Colgate from Eastern, 57.46. 5th place, Aaron Dickman from Lynchburg Clay, 56.75. 4th place, Hunter Grooms, North Adams, 55.81. 3rd, Reagan Newton, 54.61 from White Oak. 2nd, from Fairfield, Avery Teeters, 53.41. And winning the girls 300 meter hurdles with 10 points from Fayetteville, Annie Murphy, 50.89.
All right. And again, we're continuing to watch the end of the 3,200 meter run.
Okay, boys 300 meter hurdles. Personal record in 8th place, Mason Gillum from Manchester, 50.95. Evan Diatley with the personal record in 7th place from White Oak, 50.87. 6th place, Damian McCann from Peebles, 50.59. 5th place, Tyler Richendaler from North Adams, 48.62. 4th place, Gage White from North Adams, 48.59. 3rd, Mason Sims from Peebles, 46.75. 2nd, Carson Bigger from Eastern, 46.24. And personal record from White Oak in 1st place 44.92 Bryce Van Hoy.
Okay, and again, if you're watching yet to come, the 4x400 meter relay. It's Good Guys Radio TV. I'm Don Bowles along with Mr. Travis Bogart and Mr. Phil Ronimus, along with our producer director, Mr. Brandon Rigdon, and Skylar Stapleton as well. Phil, I think we have time for one more set of results.
Okay, this is the girls' 800 meter run. We had a personal record, Kaylee Sanderson from White Oak, 4:27.13. And then in 8th place, Emma Hurst from Manchester, 3:05.12. Alexis Deffrin from Fayetteville in 7th, 3:05.10. 6th place, Jenny Trent from Fairfield, personal record, 2:51.47. 5th place, McKenna Shelton, North Adams, 2:48.94. 4th place, McKenna Armstrong, West Union, personal record, 2:44.56. 3rd place, Allie McCarty, personal record, 2:41.87 from West Union. 2nd place, Kennedy Zink from Fairfield, 2:41.39. And with a personal record in winning the girls' 800 meter run from Eastern, Brandy Schuler with a time of 2:37.40. That's the girls' 800 meter run. Okay, boys' 800 meter run. We had a personal record, Ralston Green from Lynchburg Clay, 2:45.57. Austin Jones from Manchester, personal record, 2:43.87. Aiden Jones from Manchester, personal record, 2:40.65. Preston West from Eastern, personal record, 2:36.18. Ian Young from Ripley, personal record, 2:33.10. And in an 8th place, Jordan Bennington from Fairfield, 2:23.62. 7th place, Arbutus Woost from West Union, 2:19.80. 6th place, personal record from West Union, James Smith, 2:16.13. Tyler Reed, 5th from North Adams, personal record, 2:15.49. 4th place from Fairfield, personal record, Larkin Friend, 2:13.44. Weston Blair in 3rd with 2:11.22. 2nd place, personal record, Bo Hessler from North Adams, 2:04.84. And winning that race, the boys 800, was Landon Iyer from White Oak, personal record 2:02.67.
Okay, we're about to begin the 4x400 meter relay, and it's going to go quick. We're probably going to have to give the participants after, aren't we? Because this will go fast, won't it?
I named them already.
Okay.
Yep. So
that's right. We did do that.
Yep. Good thing.
Yeah, it's a good thing.
They started right away.
And this will be the last two events, the girls 4x400 and the boys 4x400. And are there more than multiple heats?
One
Just
heat
one
for
heat.
each. Yep. This will be it, 2 races.
And boy, is that exchange critical in this.
Absolutely, especially in the rain. It could be slippery. Got to focus.
One total lap. As you can see them turning the final turn. As they come to the back stretch, or the front stretch, excuse me. That's Lynchburg Clay, I believe, in front. Is that correct, or is that North Adams?
It's North Adams, yep.
It's hard to tell with the rain.
And that's Fairfield in second.
And the rate they're going, they will quickly line up for the boys.
Down the back stretch, they'll all come to lane 1. They'll all run.
Right.
Yep. They'll stay in their lane until the back stretch. The second runner does.
As you can see, the second place closing on the first place, and look at that rain. It is.
What a view.
And thanks to Fairfield and their lights, it's done a wonderful job here. As again, this is not sure that the rain affects it that much.
No, not too.
And that is North Adams in second. Peebles in first, is that correct?
I think it's Fairfield. And then
Looks like West Union maybe, or Fayetteville in third.
West Union third.
Now come the third exchange, or the second exchange, excuse me. Yet to come the 4x400 meter relay boys side. And at the end of our broadcast, we'll give you the team results as we have them. And again, it's easy to access the results if you'd like. Again, Travis, what's the name of that? The results area they can go to?
Mile Split, Ohio Mile Split.
And you can review all of these. And again, remember, you can go back and re-watch this broadcast if you wish. It'll be in our archive section. Just go to Good Guys Radio TV, goodguysradiotv.com, and you'll be able to watch it at your leisure. And, of course, no charge for doing that. As, again, the front runners are beginning to stretch out just a bit. We'll go for the final exchange. This will be the last lap of the 4x400 girls version. We certainly hope you've enjoyed our broadcast here tonight. And again, thanks so much to the Fairfield folks and their wonderful facility. A lot of places we would have had tremendous difficulty pulling this off. And again, you can see the lead runner beginning to really stretch it out. Again, that's Fairfield, is that correct?
That's correct.
Fairfield in front, North Adams in second. Looks like West Union in third. And then quite a distance between third and fourth. And what a nice finish for Fairfield. Fairfield is going to win the 4x400 relay. Second place will be North Adams. Third place will be West Union. And that could have some effect on the team championship, couldn't it?
Absolutely.
And again, we'll try to get you the total results. They should be up before we go off the air. One last event, folks. It'll be the boys version of the 4x400. By the way, the 4x400 was won last year by Fairfield as well in girls. Avery Teeters, Kennedy Zink, Hallie Haynes, and Faith Donnelly were members of that team, and they had won it in a 420.33. Now, the boys' side of things, last year's champion was North Adams. Garrett Emerson, Jake Frost, Cody Hessler, and Gage White were the participants, and they won that in a 350.10. We have some results left that we will still, we've gotten it down to not a whole lot, but we will try to give those before we go off the air. It shouldn't take but a couple of minutes, so we'll do those. Travis will have the team results, we hope, as the final. The boys line up here now. As you can see them rushing to the track. It's interesting because everybody's got the same thing in mind, haven't they? They're going to get this thing finished
That's
quick.
right, yes.
And this is a track meet with weather and technical difficulties that only took 4 hours. I don't know if that's a record, but that's got to be quick, isn't it?
I think if we didn't have that time delay, that issue with that would have been like 3.5.
25 minutes.
Yeah.
And what?
Almost
Track meets often last a lot longer than that, right?
Mm-hmm. They sure do, especially when you start the field events and then wait for the running events.
Yeah. And, and the field events went ahead and started at 4:30, so we're pushing it pretty hard. You can see the guys lining up now. Again, it'll be 4x400 relay, the final event of the night. We already gave the participants for this. Note again who our advertisers are, folks. They're the ones that made it possible for you to watch this with no charge for streaming or and enjoy this in the comfort of wherever you are, dry and warm.
Yeah.
I will admit, though, all things considered, we've been pretty fortunate. All 5 of us here doing this broadcast. Skylar might argue with me earlier, but it's it's been pretty dry here. We've been okay. Except for Skylar. He's dry now. You know, he needed a good bath. Gee, Won't have to take another one this month. He'll be all right. So anyway, we're about to have the start, and they're off.
Uh-oh.
False start. Now, that's the first one of the night, right? Is that what it was, or did we have a...
maybe a...
I'll say the clock had run, so...
Did somebody trip somebody, or did they just fall?
Not seeing any...
We do have a runner down, but they will restart again. And I'm not sure what they're doing. I don't think I've ever seen it done that way. Have you?
There we go. Okay. Usually the team is DQ'd on every false start, but maybe, I don't know.
But they're still...
looks like everybody's still on the track.
Yes.
That's a good thing.
And again, they'll start staggered lanes, and then they'll combine to one lane. And again, folks, you should be very pleased if you're watching this on Good Guys Radio TV, which, of course, I assume you are. The picture is much better than it is here. You can actually see the backstretch. You can see it better than you can live. And, boy, there's some quick out there right now. As they round the final turn of lap number 1. That's Fairfield ahead there. Unfortunately, again, the rain has eased just a little bit for this portion of the race.
I'd say several of those boys in particular are going to be wore out by the time they've run all the distance races.
Yes, and again, we talked about that earlier. I'm not sure. It's interesting how many of them, multiple races, especially distance, all in the same night. I mean, tomorrow maybe, but, you know, to do it all in one evening, boy, that's pretty special.
Yeah, this is the race of all races. You ran all day, multiple races, like you said, and you have to run one more lap.
And basically at a sprint.
That's right.
And it looks like Eastern in front, North Adams in second, Fairfield in third right now. Is that Peebles?
Yes.
And then White Oak, Manchester, and West Union in that order. 2 laps to go.
2 to go.
And what a race on the front end as North Adams looks like North Adams may have taken the lead on the backstretch. And third place is closing seemingly just a little bit. But Eastern and North Adams neck and neck.
It's a battle. Yep.
As Eastern has retaken the lead again. Now we're going to go to the last leg.
See what the anchors have left.
And again, Travis, we talked about strategy. This is when that strategy really pays off, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
There's a lot of guys save their quickest for last, right?
Mm-hmm. Strong finisher, one that's gutsy, wants to get to the line.
And North Adams is beginning to pull away on the backside. That's Eastern in second. North Adams at first, Eastern in second. And White Oak has now pulled up to third. I don't think they have any room. Check.
Peebles.
Excuse me, that's Peebles that's pulled up to third, but there's a little too late, right?
Mm-hmm.
As yes, North Adams, unless barring any unforeseen incident, North Adams is going to win this. But what a nice race this has been to finish the night here. North Adams will finish first. Eastern will finish in second. Fairfield will be third. It's a race between White Oak and Peebles for fourth, and White Oak is going to take it. As White Oak's going to finish in fourth, Peebles in fifth, West Union in sixth. And it looks like Manchester is going to finish in seventh. That will conclude all the events. Hang around just for a few moments. We'll come back. We'll give you team results and final results for the events as we wrap things up right after this on Good Guys Radio TV.
Dine in or order out at Maddie's Restaurant and Pizzeria in Sardinia. They've got a great variety of pizzas including Supreme, Hawaiian, or Chicken Bacon Ranch. You can also build your own personal pizza. Order regular or gluten-free crust, choose between spicy or original sauce, and pick from Maddie's list of 13 toppings. Or have your way with one of Maddie's 12 mouth-watering hoagies. And that's just the basics. Maddie's has a huge menu with so many things for you to try. If you're within a 15-mile radius from Sardinia, ask about delivery options. Follow Maddie's Restaurant and Pizzeria on Facebook. They're rated 4.9 stars for a reason.
Power through your to-do list and create a space that makes a splash. Save $20 on the FSA 38 trimmer or the BG50 blower. Real STIHL. Find yours.
The Fayetteville Athletic Boosters are proud to sponsor this coverage of the Fayetteville Rockets. The Athletic Boosters work hard behind the scenes to encourage their teams to do their best. The Rockets understand this and are dedicated to doing just that. Congratulations, your hard work and drive show through. Whether basketball, volleyball, baseball, football, or any other sport, the Fayetteville Athletic Boosters say good luck, Rockets.
Tired of being stuck in an overpriced cell phone contract? Stop by Cricket Wireless in Mount Orb. With no annual contracts, you can pick a plan that fits your lifestyle. Cricket offers 4 lines of unlimited talk, text, and data for just $100 a month. Did I mention Cricket has fast and powerful nationwide 5G coverage? What are you waiting for? Head over to Cricket in Mount Orb and make the switch. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Welcome back again, ladies and gentlemen. Good Guys Radio TV. That's what you're watching, and now here's Phil Ronimus with some final results for as we have them.
Okay, this is the girls' 200-meter dash. We had a couple personal records. Chelsea Richards from Ripley, 34.64. We had a personal record from Addison Moran from Eastern, personal record 32.51. And then in 8th place, Jada Mason from North Adams, personal record 30.54. Vivian Grimes in 7th, personal record 30.5. 6th place, Taylor Ralston, Manchester, 30.33. 5th place, Aaron Dickman, Lynchburg Clay, personal record 30.21. 4th place, Madison Dunn from Manchester, 29.66. 3rd place, Kylie Ham, personal record 29.43. 2nd place, Holly Haynes from here at Fairfield, personal record 27.57. And winning the girls' 200-meter dash in 1st place from Peebles, Peyton Johnson, 26.91. And we're moving along to the boys' 200-meter dash. Again, a couple personal records. Cameron Walters from Ripley Union, personal record 32.99. Cody Abrams from Lynchburg Clay, personal record 29.88. Peyton Green from Lynchburg, also 27.59 personal record. Isaiah Caldwell from Fairfield, personal record 26.74. 8th place, Alston Richards from White Oak, 26.02. Gavin Valentine from Fayetteville Perry, 25.68. 6th place, Dallas Wilkinson from Peebles, 25.56. Landon Hall from Eastern in 5th, 25.21. Thaddeus P.J. McCarty from Fayetteville in 4th with 25.16. Corey Reed, 3rd from Peebles, 24.94. Tyler Westner, 2nd from White Oak, 24.85. And I just lost my results there. So I don't know.
Okay.
We'll have to take a break, Don, for a second.
Travis, do we have team results yet?
According to Mile Split, all the events are in and recorded and scored.
Okay, why don't we go ahead and at least give the girls while Phil does that.
On the girls' side, in 10th place, Ripley with 3 points.
Okay, that's they're just giving the results in the background. Go ahead.
Okay. 9th place, Lynchburg with 12 points. Oh, I'm sorry, that's boys. Okay, girls, 9th place, Manchester with 30. 8th place, Fayetteville with 32. 7th place, Lynchburg with 48. 6th place, White Oak with 49. 5th place, Peebles with 65. 4th place, West Union with 69. 3rd place, North Adams with 80. 2nd place, Eastern with 103.
Okay.
And the winning team, Fairfield, first place with 130 points.
Nice home win for the girls.
Yes.
All right, Phil, do you have more of the individual results?
Okay, on the boys 200-meter finish that up, Cody Hessler got first place from North Adams with a 23.92. That was for the boys 200-meter dash. Girls 3,200-meter run. In 7th place, Maisie Yeager from West Union, 20:15.19. 6th place, Joe Tester from West Union, personal record 17:05. 5th place, Claudia Etchen from Lynchburg Clay, personal record 16:15.67. 4th place, Taylor McIntyre from North Adams, personal record 16:01.47. 3rd place, personal record from Fairfield, Madeline Weissman, 15:09.25. Annie Grimes in 2nd place from Eastern, 14:27.78. And in 1st place, Samantha Sees from Peebles, 11:37.81. And that's the girls 3,200. For the boys 3,200, we had a couple personal records. Devin Fancher from Eastern, personal record 18:07.02. Tyler Slack from Eastern, personal record 14:18.74. Wyatt Osborne from Lynchburg Clay, personal record 12:14.01. In 8th place, Alexavier Scott from Peebles, 12:12.12. 7th place, Greg Ochterman from Fairfield, personal record 11:52.44. 6th place, Kyler Fight, Lynchburg Clay, 11:24.65. 5th place, North Adams, Ryan Reed, personal record 11:21.47. Britton Campbell in 4th place, personal record 11:19.51 from Fairfield. 3rd place, personal record Wade Evans, White Oak, 11:15.92. 2nd place, personal record 10:49.32 is Connor Darnell from Manchester. And 1st place in the boys' 3,200-meter run was Landon Iyer from White Oak, 10:42.02. And the girls 4x100. In 6th place, we had White Oak at 5:26.56. 5th place, Eastern at 5:11.29. 4th place, Manchester, 5 minutes even, 81/100ths. 3rd place, West Union, 4:42.22. North Adams in 2nd at 4:38.12. And in 1st place, Fairfield at 4:25.72. And that's the girls 4x400. And rounding out the running events, we have the boys 4x400. 7th place, Manchester at 4:22.27. West Union at 4 in 6th at 4:11.68. 5th place, Peebles at 3:60 even. 4th place, White Oak, 3:58.92. 3rd place, Fairfield, 3:53.80. 2nd place, Eastern at 3:48 even. And 1st place, North Adams with a time of 3:43.33. And that's the end of the running events.
And that concludes our results. If you'd like to see those results, go to Mile Split. That's MILESPLIT Ohio, and you'll be able to check the results. You can review those. And, of course, if you'd like to watch us meet again, please just go to goodguysradiotv.com. We'll take one final break, and we'll come back, and Travis will give us the results for the boys, and we'll wrap things up right after this on Good Guys Radio TV.
Whether you need insurance to protect your home, car, business, or your family's financial future, I believe that your needs are best served by your local neighbors. Shirley Link, your local Encova insurance agent, will take the time to get to know your specific needs. Contact Shirley Link today to find out how you can benefit from working with a local agent. Visit linkinsuranceservice.com or call 937-695-0611.
Our beliefs matter. They're reflected in our words and actions. At First State Bank, we believe in treating people well, and we've been doing just that since 1884. Listening, caring, looking out for each other. It's what people deserve. It's what a real local bank does. While lots of things have changed over the years, our belief in the people of this community hasn't. First State Bank, built on belief. Member FDIC.
Do you have a roofing or siding project? At Higgins, they manufacture steel roofing and siding every business day. With 17 colors in stock and 70,000 pieces of trim, they are prepared to ship your project immediately. Remember Higgins for your 40-year warranted, Energy Star compliant, American-made steel roofing and siding. Located 7 miles west of Hillsboro on US Route 50 and on AC Avenue, just off 35 in Jackson. Call 800-782-4239 or visit them on the web at higginsroofing.com.
McCarty Associates, with offices in Hillsboro, Washington Courthouse, and Loveland, is an architecture, engineering, and surveying firm celebrating 50 years of serving southern and southwestern Ohio. McCarty Associates is a broad-based consulting firm providing services to governmental agencies, public bodies, corporate and business entities, and the general public. They also offer construction management for clients that require a higher level of assistance. If there is a construction project in your future, McCarty Associates can take your vision and help make it a reality. Visit McCartyAssociates.com for a complete list of their services.
Taste the Snappy Tomato Pizza difference for yourself. Order from Seaman at 937-386-1010 or from West Union at 937-544-5583. Order online at snappytomato.com.
It takes hard work and determination to have a successful sports organization, not to mention the support of the community. That is why the Manchester Athletic Boosters are proud supporters of Manchester Greyhound Athletics, from basketball to baseball and volleyball to cheerleading and everything in between. The Manchester Athletic Boosters are proud to sponsor the Manchester Greyhounds on C103. Go Hounds! The Manchester Athletic Boosters, a proud sponsor of Manchester Athletics.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You can see them celebrating and loading into the buses as we begin to wrap things up. Phil, we do have some final results for the field events. We want to get all those in, recognize all the kids. Then we'll give the boys' results. Probably give the girls' team results again one more time as well.
Okay.
So go ahead, Phil.
Boys discus personal records: Cash Blag from Lynchburg Clay 53.4. Ashton Bain from Lynchburg Clay 64 feet 2 inches. Personal record: Lucas Bellamy from Fayetteville Perry 67.8. In 8th place, Peyton Mason from Peebles 84.6. 7th place, Isaac Burns Fairfield 87.9. 6th place, Jackson Tedford from White Oak 88.1. Wyatt Smart from Peebles in 5th 94.6. 4th, Caleb Viduric from Fairfield, personal record 96.11. 3rd, Seth Evans White Oak 102.6. Personal record in 2nd, Cameron McCann from North Adams 112.2. And Caleb Diatley getting first place 127.8. In the girls' long jump, we had in 8th place, personal record, Maya McIntosh, Fairfield, 13 feet even. Taylor McIntyre, 7th place, North Adams, personal record, 13-1. 6th place, Olivia Wright from North Adams, 13-4. Adalia Butler from Fairfield in 5th, 13-5. 4th place, Angel Gray from Peebles, 13-6-50, 6.5. 3rd place, Charity Buccaneer from Winchester Eastern, personal record, 14.5. 2nd place, Autumn Wilkin, Lynchburg Clay, 14-1.5. And 1st place, Peyton Johnson, 15-6-50.5. And let's see, we got boys shot put. We have personal record, Lane Bailey from Eastern, 30 feet 9 inches. 8th place, personal record, Garrett Moran from Eastern, 32 feet 1/2 inch. 7th place, Isaiah Dowers from Fayetteville, 32.9. 6th place, Isaac Burns, Fairfield, 33.6. 5th place, Caleb Viduric from Fairfield, personal record, 34 even. 4th place, Wyatt Johnson, North Adams, 35.3.5. 3rd place, Connor Boatman from Peebles, 36.9.5. 2nd place, Caleb Diatley from North Adams, personal record 36.11. And winning that was Nathaniel Cummings from Peebles with a personal record of 40 feet even. And we're down to our last event, the girls discus throw. We had a couple personal records. Heaven Garrett from Lynchburg Clay, 52.5 feet. Pasha Garrett from Lynchburg Clay, 55.3, personal record. And then in our placings, Kiera Scott from Peebles, 67 even. 7th place, McKinley Cox, Fairfield, 69.2. Brianna Walker from White Oak in 6th place, 71.2. 5th place, Shelby Weekly from West Union, 72.1. Shauna Brown from White Oak in 4th, 72.11. 3rd place, Paris Priest from Fairfield, 75 even. 2nd place, Emily Moramond from Eastern, 91.11. And a personal record for 1st place, Eden Bosco from North Adams, 92.9. And that's all the results we have, Don.
Okay, let's give the team results if we could, Travis, and we'll wrap things up.
All right, girls one more time. We got 9th place, Manchester with 30 points. 8th place, Fayetteville, 32. 7th grade, oh my gosh, I don't want that 7th grade stuff. 7th place, Lynchburg Clay, 48. 6th place, White Oak, 49. 5th place, Peebles, 65 points. 4th place, West Union, 69 points. 3rd place, North Adams, 80 points. And runners-up, 2nd place, Eastern, 103. And our champions, Fairfield, with 130 points.
Congratulations, Fairfield, the home team.
On the boys' side, we have Ripley finishing 10th place with 3 points. In 9th place, Lynchburg Clay with 13. 8th place, West Union with 17. 7th place, Fayetteville with 21. 6th place, Manchester with 23 points. 5th place, Fairfield with 44 points. 4th place, Eastern with 58 points. 3rd place, Peebles with 132 3/4 points. 2nd place, runners-up, North Adams, 150.5 points. And our defending champions, White Oak boys, 152 3/4 points.
The team without a track.
That's correct. 3 years in a row.
Quite a compliment.
Right.
Quite a compliment. But once again, special thanks for all you folks listening in or watching, here on Good Guys Radio TV. We certainly appreciate it. Want to thank Skylar Stapleton for all the hard work he's done, doing a lot of our camera work and set up and tear down all kinds of things. Mr. Brandon Rigdon, our producer-director for our broadcast. Special thanks, Travis Bogart, for joining us, our expert, our track expert here on our broadcast. And, of course, Phil Ronimus for setting in and helping with all the stuff he does in all of our broadcasting he participates in. Special thanks, though, final special thanks to all of our advertisers. They made it possible for us to be here and for you folks to watch it at home or wherever you are and enjoy it at no cost to you. Please remember them when you try to make a decision as to where you shop. They understand you've got choices, and they're not expecting you to come in and automatically partake of their services and goods, but they do at least ask that you give them an opportunity to win your business. I'm Don Bowles, wishing you a pleasant good evening from Fairfield High School. It's the SHAC Track meet here on Good Guys Radio TV.